led by the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, with glowing hearts we say, the same North Star free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand, we are for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well, on ouvre les portes, let the doors be opened. Order. Alors. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, territory belongs to the people who live on it. And when it comes to developing the territory, it's up to the representatives voted by the public to bring in legislation corresponding to its priorities. That is the very basis of democracy. And this basis is attacked when Ottawa decides to completely disregard the wishes of the population. And that's why we stand with the people of British Columbia when the government is trying to push Trans Mountain down their throats. We remember what could have happened with Energy East. This bully boy federalism concerns us all, and this is why I tabled Bill C-392, which would oblige Ottawa to honour provincial legislation and municipal regulations. It's high time that the government learned the most rudimentary respect for democracy and the right of the public to choose. That is also in national interest.
Popcorn, Mr. Speaker, because today is National Canadian Film Day. Across the country, people will be gathering at over 800 screenings, taking in the incredible work of Canadian creators. De Tofino à Toronto.
From Tofino to Toronto, from Whitehorse to Westmount, we're watching Canadian films. And this year's theme is the celebration of women in Canada and in cinema.
Film Day has expanded the audience for Canadian productions for 5 years now. This year includes terrific films like Maudie by producer Mary Young Leckie from my riding of Parkdale High Park, The Breadwinner, and I've Heard the Mermaid Singing, which I'll be watching tonight with my constituents at The Review, our wonderful community cinema in Roncesvalles. There are 7 screenings in my riding alone, Mr. Speaker. Mais peu importe où vous vivez,
no matter where you live, I would encourage everyone to go see a film in a cinema or in a library to celebrate our cinema and to learn more about Canada's history through the magic of a film. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Brant.
Mr. Speaker, Brantford's Krista Duchesne, at age 41, finished 3rd at the Boston Marathon. Running in memory of the Humboldt victims and training in our Canadian winters prepped her for a day where she would beat all but 2 of the best field ever assembled in the history of the race and deliver the best result by a Canadian since 1980. I don't know where to start with this remarkable, strong woman of faith. She didn't start running seriously until her mid-20s with an aspiration to make it to the Olympics. She juggled work, training, and raising 3 beautiful children. She didn't get to the 2012 Olympics and aimed for Rio instead. But that came crashing to a halt in 2014 when she suffered a broken hip at the end of a race. Armed with a plate and 3 screws in her hip, she refocused to get to Rio, and almost a year to the day after breaking her hip, she qualified for Rio at the Rotterdam Marathon with a 3rd-place finish. She's a spectacular person and an inspiration to all moms, athletes, and Canadians. Congratulations, Krista.
Honourable Member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, on April 2nd, hundreds of friends, family, and colleagues gathered in New Westminster to celebrate the life of Samuel Bellsberg. Sam was an extraordinary Canadian who lived a remarkable life of service and dedication to his family and to his country. Sam was a visionary leader, and his drive saw him rise to be one of Canada's most successful businessmen. Yet, Sam still had more to do. In 2003, Sam, along with Jack Blaney and later David Eisenstadt, launched Action Canada, a fellowship program which would identify emerging leaders, bring them together, and send them on a once-in-a-lifetime journey to better understand Canada and how to contribute to it. Sam believed, along with his wife Fran, that such a fellowship network could have a transformative impact on Canada, and he was right. 15 years later, Sam's Action Canada Fellowship Network is over 200 strong, and the leaders that Sam helped select, train, and mentor are a living monument to his generosity, his vision, and unrivaled commitment to Canada. Thank you, Sam. We'll miss you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, I had the pleasure of hosting a group of extraordinary young Canadians participating in a nationwide dialogue for action on the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. This three-year initiative, Youth for Gender Equality, is partnered with Plan Canada, the Canadian Teachers Federation, World Vision Canada, White Ribbon, and provincial councils for international cooperation, including the Alberta Council for Global Cooperation. The initiative offers a grassroots plan of action for Canadian action on the Sustainable Development Goals. At my session, the youth identified a broad range of gender inequality issues they face, including discrimination, wage gaps, and sexual harassment. Not stopping there, they identified actions and strategies for government and community alike to address the very challenges they face in seeking equality. The results of these dialogues will be shared at the 2018 Y7 Summit occurring in parallel with the G7 in Quebec City and will help inform Canada's SDG implementation. Here's hoping this government heeds their calls for action.
Honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a sad and heavy heart to speak on the hate crimes committed in Ottawa in the recent past. First, the Jambi Umar Mosque in my riding was vandalized with posters bearing white supremacist messages. Second, at Hilda Javardhana Maya Buddhist temple, a statue of Buddha, who symbolizes peace, was viciously decapitated. Third, a young Sikh man was physically assaulted, was subject to racial slurs and hateful comments about his ethnicity, and worse, his turban ripped off. These hateful acts have no place in Canadian society. I know these heinous acts do not reflect the Canadian values of openness and inclusiveness. Our Canadian society is truly multicultural and inclusive. I wish to assure our Muslim brothers and sisters, our Buddhist brothers and sisters, and our Sikh brothers and sisters that all of us here stand in solidarity with you all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, amid all the doom and gloom in the newspaper industry, there's some good news. And that good news is in Wellington County in rural Ontario. 50 years ago, Bill and Trudy Adsett started a newspaper out of the front seat of their car. First, they only sold classified ads, but as time went on, they began to cover the news. Today, the paper, managed by their son, Dave Adsett, is one of the largest family-owned independent weekly newspapers in Canada. It's profitable, and it is the single biggest source of news in the county. As I say at the Wellington Advertiser, we cover the county. The paper, along with Wellington County, is looking to the future. It's just digitized every edition of the paper from its first on March 12, 1968, until today. It's also just received the Ontario Community Newspapers Association Gold Quill Award. Congratulations to the Adsett family and to all the staff at the Wellington Advertiser.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, on April 23rd, I will be introducing a motion that will ensure we as parliamentarians are doing everything we possibly can for the long-term protection of Canada's endangered whale species.
Here, here.
This includes the North Atlantic right whale, the St. Lawrence estuary beluga, and the southern resident killer whale. I want to thank the ministers of Fisheries and Transport for the extensive measures introduced to protect the North Atlantic right whale and our oceans. These whales are an integral part of our environment, our culture, and our economy. I know that people across the country understand the importance of protecting these species, In New Brunswick Southwest, Joseph Hollett, a brave constituent of mine, tragically lost his life trying to save an endangered right whale. Further study by the Standing Committee for Fisheries and Oceans will help inform longer-term measures to protect and recover these species. I'll be looking for your support on Motion 154. Thank you.
Bravo. Bravo. Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Mr. Speaker, every year in the heart of Surrey Newton, the annual Baisakhi and Khalsa Day parade attracts nearly 500,000 Canadians celebrating the birth of Khalsa. Outside of India, it is the largest celebration in the world and is an amazing display of the diverse and multicultural character of our country. On April 21st, I invite all members of this House and their constituents to join me in celebrating this joyous occasion. And I want to send my best wishes to all Canadians celebrating Baisakhi and Khalsa Day. ਮੇਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਮੂਹ ਸਿੱਖ ਜਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨਸ ਨੂੰ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਰਜਣਾ ਦਿਵਸ ਤੇ ਔਰ ਵਿਸਾਖੀ ਦੇ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਦਿਹਾੜੇ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ-ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਬਾਰਕਬਾਦ। ਹੈਪੀ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਡੇ ਐਂਡ ਹੈਪੀ ਵਿਸਾਖੀ।
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
A tireless work ethic, an unwavering commitment to our rural communities, and a passion for the land passed on from generation to generation. Our farmers have much to which to be proud. I'm inviting Canadians across the country to join me in celebrating the inaugural National Grain Growers Week. Through innovation, determination, and environmental stewardship, our Canadian farmers grow the highest quality grain in the world.
Amen.
To continue to be successful, our farmers must get their products to market, and they must have an efficient regulatory regime. We have much work to do, and time is of the essence. Amendments to Bill C-49 will bring much-needed accountability to our transportation system, preventing future crippling grain backlogs. The Trans-Pacific Partnership provides access to lucrative new markets, ensuring long-term stability for Canadian grain growers. We must work together in this House to pass Bill C-49 as amended and ratify the TPP before the summer recess. As Conservatives, we are committed to getting this done. In the spirit of the National Grain Growers Week, I ask everyone to join us.
Honourable Member for Saint Boniface, Saint Vital.
Mr. Speaker, this Saturday, in my riding, we will be celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Albertson Research Centre at the Hôpital Saint Boniface.
Refer to the St. Boniface Hospital Albertson Research Centre. World-class because it attracts top researchers from around the world. World-class because it makes important scientific breakthroughs, like the recent PEG-2S antibiotic, which can help against the global fight against antibiotic-resistant bacteria.
Since the beginning, this centre has been aiming at excellence. It is run by Dr. John Forster, now Dr. Grant Pierce, and this centre has been innovating on a global scale in cardiovascular research and other forms of research.
Saturday, but I will be there in spirit celebrating with them. Happy 30th anniversary to the St. Boniface Hospital Albertson Research Centre.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, during this Volunteers Week, I'd like to pay tribute to all volunteers in my riding.
In energy, volunteers in Longueuil Charlemagne contribute in an exceptional way to the good of our community, from serving hot lunches to senior soup at soup kitchens, to making sure every child gets a toy at Christmas. They comfort the hurt and the lonely. They fundraise for our charitable organizations.
Thanks to volunteer participation, these organizations can do their job, as is the case with La Mosaïque, La Maison des Tournesols du Repas, Le Passon, and the Greenfield Park Old-Timers Hockey Association.
Speaker, volunteers across Canada might be giving a lot, but they gain even more in return.
I would urge all Canadians to get involved and to become leaders in their communities.
Bravo. Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Today, the Yazidi people celebrate their new year. Every year it falls on a particular Wednesday of April, also called Red Wednesday. While this occasion is the celebration of a new year and new life, it's also time to pay respects to those who have passed away. This year it may be difficult because there has been so much loss for the Yazidi people. Yet, the resiliency of this community is incredibly inspiring. While many Yazidis have suffered greatly in recent years, the diaspora community, such as those right here in Canada, have brought with them these rich cultural traditions and the hope born in a new year. Much of their religion and traditions are unwritten and are passed down orally, including the recipes that they cook on holidays. Yazidis around the world today will celebrate with a banquet of traditional foods, colored eggs, dancing, singing, and red flowers. To all the Yazidis in Canada and around the world, I wish you a very happy New Year. Sareh, Saleh, Pirosby.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about Petite Riviere, or more commonly referred to as just Petite, an elementary school in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's, but also in my community. Just a few months ago, Petite was on the brink of closure, a decision that would have devastated its students and their families and our whole community, but we rallied around to support it. In February, the Nova Scotia Supreme Court overruled the former school board's decision to close Petite, meaning that an essential service and a driver of rural sustainability will continue to thrive. Now, just a few months later, Petite has won a national contest, a $20,000 shopping spree for new technology from Staples Canada. The school was one of only 10 winners nationally of the Superpower Your Schools contest and was chosen out of over 740 applications based on their remarkable sustainability and environmentalism. This is a school that raises chickens, Mr. Speaker. Yes, actual chickens. I'd like to congratulate the students and faculty of Petite. I look forward to seeing what they do with their technology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
As a New Democrat, I'm used to fighting for fairness, and we will never stop fighting for women in our country to be treated equally. Women in Canada have been fighting for pay equity for decades and continue to receive only empty promises from the federal government. This is beyond disrespectful, and I, together with my NDP colleagues, will not stand for it. In 1977, the federal law dealing with equal pay for work of equal value in Section 11 of the Canadian Human Rights Act was established. Yet here we are in 2018 with statistics showing women earn 31 cents less than men on the dollar. Women have been waiting for 3 years for this government to table pay equity legislation. And in this year's budget, there is zero funding for its implementation. Progressive and feminist are words that mean something. They aren't meant to be co-opted and manipulated for political gain. Women have spent the last 40 years fighting, and we are done waiting. Enough is enough. It's time for this Liberal government to end the empty promises and get pay equity done.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, last night the world lost an incredible individual and a dear friend of Canada. Barbara Bush, former First Lady of the United States, wife of former President George Bush, and mother of 6 children, including former President George W. Bush, passed away at the age of 92. As matriarch of her distinguished family, she was a bedrock of support, advice, and love. On her most recent birthday, her husband of 72 years lovingly tweeted, "I'm still the luckiest guy in the world." An international champion of literacy, Mrs. Bush left us with words of wisdom that we can still learn from. She said, "Cherish your human connections. At the end of your life, you will never regret not having passed one more test, winning one more verdict, or not closing one more deal. You will regret time not spent with a husband, a child, a friend, or a parent." Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the official opposition, I want to convey our deepest sympathies to the Bush family and to the American people on the loss of this remarkable woman, Barbara Bush.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great honour to welcome students, faculty, and alumni from Queen's University to Parliament Hill. Today is Queen's Advocacy Day on the Hill, and I am excited to see the traditions and spirit of Queen's campus come alive in the nation's capital. As one of the first universities in Canada, starting with 13 students and 2 professors in 1842, it is inspiring that Queen's has grown to be one of the world's leading post-secondary institutions with more than 23,000 students and 131,000 alumni worldwide. Queen's researchers and students are turning discoveries into new technologies and companies in clean tech, health, renewable energy, and many other sectors. Queen's is continually pushing the boundaries through establishing new and innovative facilities such as Queen's Innovation Park and the soon-to-open Innovation and Wellness Centre. So whether you're a Queen's graduate, as I know many of us are, or just interested to know more about Queen's success, I encourage all members of this House to join us later this afternoon for Queen's official reception right here in Centre Block. Once again, welcome to Queen's University and best wishes for success.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, before this Prime Minister was elected, Canada was a great place to invest in the energy sector. Companies like Kinder Morgan didn't need bailouts or guarantees. They had investors and they had the commitment to get through one of the world's most rigorous environmental processes. In fact, the previous Conservative government got 4 major pipelines built, including Northern Gateway, which would have brought our energy resources to Tidewater that they killed. Now, energy investment has fallen off a cliff, and now the message to investors is clear. You need to have your project nationalized if you want it built. Isn't this what the Prime Minister wanted all along?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is breaking news to all of us today. Northern Pipeline actually got built to foreign markets. Northern Gateway did not get built because the Federal Court of Appeal said that his government hadn't consulted properly with Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, the member also knows that any discussion about investment in the energy sector also has an awful lot to do with environmental protection. A $1.5 billion investment in the Ocean Protection Plan. I'm hopeful that I'll have a chance to detail that plan.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been asking for a plan on how to get this pipeline built for months, and they have done nothing. Now, it's not just out-of-work people in Alberta or Saskatchewan that are suffering from this government's actions. It is people all across this country. There are seniors whose pension plans are being affected as more and more money leaves Canada's energy sector. But instead of building a Canadian energy brand that the Prime Minister can promote around the world, he's actually in Europe talking to elites, talking down our resources. Why doesn't the Prime Minister champion Canada's energy sector and stand up for the men and women that work in it?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
In Fort McMurray just a matter of days ago when he did exactly that. When he spent time with energy workers, he spent time with CEOs of major energy companies, and he couldn't have been clearer in his message that Canada understands the importance of natural resources, not only in the energy sector, but forestry and mining. And all of the policies of this government, Mr. Speaker, seek to enhance the contribution of the energy sector, not only in Canada, but around the world.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The truth is the exact opposite. The Prime Minister was in Europe bragging about all that he's doing to punish Canada's energy sector. What he actually said, Mr. Speaker, what he actually told his friends in Europe is that he was disappointed that he couldn't phase out the energy sector tomorrow. So, can the Minister tell the House, if the Prime Minister is disappointed that he can't phase out the energy sector tomorrow, by what date will this Liberal government finally phase it out?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, it's too bad that the Leader of the Opposition showed no patience last Sunday. And he decided that he was going to speak to Canadians before the Premier of Alberta, before the Prime Minister of Canada, because he has extraordinary powers beyond the rest of us. He knew exactly what the Prime Minister was going to say because he had already written his message before the Prime Minister spoke. What did the Prime Minister say? That this government supports the Trans Mountain expansion while it invests historic amounts of money in the West Coast that all Canadians find so
Order. I'm having trouble picking out a particular member echoing on this side because there are so many. I'd ask members to restrain themselves and listen to both the question and the answer.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the Prime Minister to give me his definition of leadership, because on Trans Mountain, he hasn't shown any. It took 1 month to get 2 premiers to meet. And this is a subject of national interest. In the end, all we found out was that the pipeline would probably be built. Why does the Prime Minister always wait until the last minute to get involved in natural resources files, as well as private investments, jobs, and Canadian families? Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister has shown more leadership in the last 2 years than the Conservatives under Harper showed for 10 long years. We recognize that the Trans Mountain Expansion project is in the national interest. This pipeline will be built. It is important not only for Alberta, but for Canada as a whole, and we understand that, and we're going to move forward. Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, these are the facts. The Premier of Alberta said that delaying this project costs $40 million a day, and now we're learning that the Prime Minister wants to invest public money to reassure investors. So if I've understood correctly, the Prime Minister's inability to make a decision is actually costing Canadian taxpayers. So my question is simple. How much does the Prime Minister plan to invest from taxpayer money to manage his own incompetence on this file? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're not like the Harper Conservatives. We know that we can move forward, help the economy, and take care of the environment at the same time. That's always been our position, and it will continue to be our position. We work with all of our partners to move forward on this project. Why? Because it is in the national interest. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon the Standing Committee on Health will table its report that will highlight the need to implement universal pharmacare. The study, instigated by my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway, has made it possible for committee members to hear testimony from 99 witnesses. It was a comprehensive 2-year study, and the outcome of all this work is crystal clear. To quote our leader, Jagmeet Singh, people need a champion for better public health care. It's not enough to defend it, we need to expand it. Mr. Speaker, why is the government refusing to commit to implementing universal pharmacare now?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are proud of their publicly funded universal Medicare system, one that's based on their need and not on their availability to pay. Yet, there's certainly room for improvement. We recognize we've created an advisory council on the implementation of a national pharmacare program with its mandate to study and evaluate and to present to us with options that we will be considering. I look forward to the report that will be coming up, and I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Health Committee members for the wonderful work that they've done.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. Mr. Speaker, 1 out of 5 people in Canada can't afford to pay for their prescription drugs. There have been studies, federal commissions, and reports that have concluded for decades that a universal pharmacare program would help millions of people and save $4.2 billion in drug costs. People want a universal pharmacare program now, not another study. Despite 2 years of work that have culminated today in a new parliamentary study, the government thinks that we still need another study. Why? Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are proud of our healthcare system. The system is funded with public funds and is based on people's needs rather than their ability to pay. Of course, it can always be improved. We created an advisory committee about implementing a national pharmacare program. This committee has the mandate of studying, evaluating, and presenting recommendations. I'd also like to thank the Health Committee for their excellent work. I'm looking forward to reading their report.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Reconciliation is not a hashtag. It's not a bumper sticker on a Liberal car.
It is about recognizing the Section 35 constitutional rights of Indigenous people in this country. And yet yesterday, when my colleague from Abitibi Bay, James Nunvik, EU, asked about the failure of this government to consult Indigenous people about their Section 35 rights on Kinder Morgan, the government didn't even bother to respond. So I'd like to ask them on the record, do they believe that in the case of Kinder Morgan, the Section 35 rights of Indigenous people in Canada must be respected?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The government responded to the Federal Court of Appeal decision in the Northern Gateway case that said there was insufficient consultation by the Harper government. It made absolutely no sense for us to use the same process. So we added 4 months more of consultation with Indigenous communities up and down the line. We established a co-developed monitoring committee with Indigenous communities, the first time in Canadian history. Many, many Indigenous peoples have been involved and will benefit as we share prosperity in our energy sector.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Okay, here's the facts, my friend. Reconciliation and UNDRIP is going to be made real on the ground by the Indigenous people of this country. And yet, in the middle of what the Texas ultimatum from the oil company to demand action, they met with everybody but the Indigenous people in this country. So I'd like to ask my friend, does he think they're just going to walk past Indigenous Canada to build this Liberal pipeline? Is that what he's telling the people of Canada?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we met with 118 Indigenous communities. 43 have signed benefit agreements, 33 of them in the province of British Columbia. And as the member knows, there is not unanimity on this file, not within political parties and not within communities. Ultimately, a decision has to be taken by one government in Canada's interests. We have made that decision, and the arguments, I'm sure, are very well known to many Canadians.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, there is a crisis that's been created by this government, and it's following on the uncertainty of the Trans Mountain project. Now, let's take a look at what it's done to foreign investments. Since 2015, investments have decreased $80 billion. In 2016 and 2017, they decreased a further 42% and 27%. And now the Prime Minister is traveling internationally, ostensibly in order to sell Canada to foreign investors. And what does he say? He says he laments that he can't phase out the oil and gas sector tomorrow. Wow. Mr. Speaker, here's my question. Is this how they think they sell investor confidence?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that we have consistently stated in this House from the very first days that we were elected that we were committed to the responsible movement of our natural resources to global markets, something that the Harper government couldn't do in 10 years. Not 1 kilometre built to give us access to global markets. We also understand at the same time that we pay attention to environmental stewardship with a $1.5 billion investment in the Ocean Protection Plan.
Honourable Member for Milton.
I thought it would never end, Mr. Speaker. Let's review the actual record of this government when it comes to their inability to get things done. $36 billion investment in the Pacific Northwest LNG project, cancelled. $7.9 billion Northway Gateway project, cancelled. The $50 billion Energy East and Eastern Mainland projects, both cancelled. And again, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister of Canada ends up going to Europe to try and sell investor confidence by saying that his plan is to phase out the oil and gas industry. Can anyone over there answer for me?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, expanded export capacity for the Alberta Clipper project, the Nova Gas pipeline, the Line 3 replacement project, the Trans Mountain expansion pipeline, support for the Keystone XL pipeline, the Arno Apatite mine, Woodfire LNG, the Ridley Island propane terminal, tens of thousands of jobs, billions of dollars of investment in the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I heard again from oil and gas sector workers and their families, and they're still scared. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister was in France, lamenting the fact that he couldn't phase out the Canadian energy sector fast enough. The Prime Minister's attack on the energy sector has driven billions of dollars out of Canada and into the hands of foreign competitors, almost $90 billion in the last 2 years alone. So, Mr. Speaker, why does this Prime Minister say one thing when he's in Fort McMurray and the exact opposite when he's in Paris?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister makes the same speech in Nanaimo, in Vancouver, in Fort McMurray, in Calgary, in Edmonton, in Winnipeg, in St. John's, Newfoundland, because he is delivering a message to all Canadians. And that message is that in 2018, environmental stewardship and the economy is one conversation. I am very anxious to hear members of the Conservative Party talk about the importance of the $1.5 billion investment in the Ocean Protection Plan.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Natural Resources asked why we aren't sharing his optimism. Is he serious? $86 billion in investment gone. Northern Gateway, Energy East, Pacific Northwest, cancelled. Trans Mountain is on its last legs, and a job-killing carbon tax. And again, the Prime Minister unveils his true vision for Canada's energy sector, phasing it out. On behalf of the hundreds of thousands of unemployed energy workers across Canada and their families, does the minister truly believe that phasing out Alberta's energy sector is reason for optimism, or is he just delusional?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Order.
I didn't know that the member opposite had other powers, that he could do some kind of psychoanalysis across these 100 meters, but Canadians will understand. We'll say it as many times as the members opposite want to pose the question, that the government is committed to the energy sector, and I've just given tens of thousands of reasons why. We understand that the workers in Alberta, the workers in British Columbia are seeing that things are getting better. Thousands of jobs have been created over the last number of months, and we're confident through the entrepreneurship and the innovation genius of the people of Alberta that
Order. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George, I know, will want to wait his turn to speak until he's called upon to do so. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, things are actually only going to get worse. The Prime Minister said Canada must phase out the oil sands. He killed Northern Gateway, killed Energy East, killed the Pacific Northwest LNG project, imposed a tanker ban, imposed an offshore drilling ban, and is piling up costs and red tape. Investment in capital is leaving Canada at historic levels. Yesterday in Calgary, we met with energy investors and workers. They want market access, certainty, and a champion. Instead, the Prime Minister was in France, undermining Canadian oil and gas, saying he can't phase it out fast enough. He's failing and dividing Canadians. Why on earth won't he put our own country first?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
the Government of Canada is offering an expansion of export markets and a more certain process, just what the member opposite has asked for. And it's also a little hard to understand why it is that members of the Conservative Party, many of them from Alberta, don't have confidence in the capacity to innovate, the entrepreneurship of Albertans. It was the very innovation of entrepreneurs in Alberta that unlocked the key to these vast resources. We have confidence in the entrepreneurship of Alberta. It's very surprising that members opposite do not.
It seems some members did not hear me. I'd ask the member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie and others to wait their turn to speak. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, these Liberals are killing Canadian innovation and killing Canadian jobs. Canadian Energy creates jobs across the whole country, provides billions for social services, healthcare, schools, charities, and pension plans, but hundreds of thousands of energy workers have lost their jobs, families are struggling, substance abuse and suicide is up, and these Liberals here are laughing about it today. Global oil demand will increase long into the future, but the Prime Minister won't let Canada compete. Canada's oil and gas is the most environmentally and socially responsible in the world. We on this side know it, they have no clue. When will the Prime Minister quit attacking Canadian energy and show Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I'm sure that the member opposite, who comes from Alberta, would know that Alberta has created 50,000 new jobs in 2017. I'm sure she also knows that Alberta will lead Canada in growth in 2018. Why wouldn't she celebrate that? Well, I understand that the past 10 years of the Harper government was no reason to celebrate, but the future of Alberta is...
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, a Canadian, Abou Sfian Abdelrazak, was imprisoned for near 6 years in Sudan. He was held in solitary confinement, illegally detained, and even tortured. Worse, Canadian intelligence officers allegedly cooperated with Sudanese authorities during his detention and hindered the work of Canadian diplomats. What will the minister do to ensure that CSIS is never again involved, either directly or indirectly, in torturing a Canadian citizen?
The Minister of Public Safety.
The honourable gentleman will know that I am prohibited from commenting on outstanding court proceedings, but I would point out in response to his questions about transparency and accountability with respect to our security agencies that we have issued new ministerial directives. We have caused those ministerial directives to be published for the first time ever. We are in the process of working on Bill C-59, Mr. Speaker, which implements a whole series of transparency and accountability measures, and we have created the first ever National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, this Canadian has already suffered unconscionable abuse and torture at the hands of Sudanese authorities. And the Government of Canada not only abandoned him, but also was found by the federal court to have been complicit in his detention. But rather than work towards justice and accountability, Mr. Speaker, this government's just walked away from settlement negotiations with Mr. Abdelrazak, giving no reasons. So let me echo the call from Amnesty International. Will the Prime Minister instruct his officials to recommit to mediation and to apologize for Canada's role in his horrific ordeal?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is a distinguished lawyer and knows very well that I cannot comment on the items that are included in his question. But I can tell him that the issue of transparency and accountability is taken very seriously by this government. We have implemented measures in Bill C-59, in Bill C-22, and we have published the first ever ministerial directives with respect to the issue of torture in dealing with international entities. And I'm pleased to say that he is one of the members of Parliament that in fact serves on the National Security and Intelligence.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has had enough of the Prime Minister's offhand attitude concerning illegal immigration in Saint-Bernard-de-l'École. Quebec won't foot the bill for the Prime Minister's lack of leadership. Quebec will be claiming a reimbursement of $146 million and will be capping future quotas for housing new arrivals. Why is the Prime Minister abusing the generosity of Quebecers? Honourable Minister of Immigration. Canada is an open and welcoming country for people who need protection. However, our government is determined to ensure that there is ordered immigration.
$173 million for border security operations, as well as faster processing of asylum claims. We have the 9th meeting of the Intergovernmental Task Force on Irregular Migration tonight. I look forward to engaging with my counterpart from Quebec to continue the good collaboration that we have with Quebec on irregular migration.
General Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine the chaos that there will be at the border there? There will be 300 to 400 illegal crossings per day this summer. The government of Quebec can't take it anymore. It's calling on the Prime Minister to take concrete measures. When will the Prime Minister finally take this seriously? The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Border operations seriously, the Conservative Party. They cut $390 million from the CBSA. You know who didn't take asylum claims seriously? The Conservative Party. They cut funding from the IRB, which is why we inherited massive backlogs in the IRB. We're doing the right thing. We're reinvesting in CBSA. We're reinvesting in the IRB to make claims faster. We're working with provinces. We're not alienating provinces like they did in 10 years of power.
Shameful. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I'm sure that'll fly really well in Quebec today. Government officials project that there could be 400 people who illegally enter from the United States per day this summer, just at the Quebec border alone. They will claim asylum, won't have their claims heard for years, all the while benefiting from government social programs. Canadians expect a fair immigration system. What is happening now is completely unfair, both to Canadian taxpayers and to those seeking to enter Canada while playing by the rules.
Exactly.
Can the minister stop the excuses and just tell how he's going to end this crisis?
Well said. Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, we have invested $173 million to improve the processing of asylum claims in this country. When the time came to vote for that $173 million, the member opposite joined our party and voted against that measure. When the time came to invest in resettling survivors of Daesh, vulnerable women, the most vulnerable refugees in this world, the party opposite voted against that measure. When the time came to invest in CBSA, the party opposite voted against that measure. We will take no lessons from the Conservatives on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, spending tax dollars is not a metric in and of itself. Quebec is demanding millions of dollars to fund the housing, health care, and education of illegal migrants, and Quebec has called the Liberals' response unacceptable. It is not compassionate to tweet #Welcome to Canada and turn Canada's asylum system into a joke. His ego and his failure has put Canada's social programs and once sound immigration system in jeopardy. Will the Prime Minister designate the entire Canadian border as a technical official point of entry for the purpose of applying the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Mr. Speaker, this is the party that cut refugee health care, the people who are most vulnerable in our society. A measure that the Federal Court of Canada called cruel and unusual punishment, Mr. Speaker. We will take no lessons on refugee response. We are working very closely with Quebec. We've issued over 12,000 work permits to Quebec asylum seekers so that we minimize the pressure on provincial services. We have provided an additional $112 million for the settlement and integration of newcomers in Quebec. We will continue to work closely with Quebec, and I look forward to the meeting tonight.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, many sectors in Quebec are very concerned about the NAFTA negotiations. There is no guarantee that our aluminum industry will be protected against American tariffs and that the Liberals will keep their promise to protect supply management. It is time that the government reassured all producers and all workers. Will the Liberals reassure our sectors and promise that there will be no concessions on supply management and no punitive tariffs on the aluminum industry?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and I can understand their concern when the only policy idea we heard from the official opposition, the Conservative Party, is how to dismantle supply management. But I can assure her that we're the party that fought to implement supply management, and we are the party that will defend it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Canada is holding its breath as Donald Trump threatens to remove steel and aluminum tariff exemptions on May 1st unless NAFTA is signed to his liking. The minister is headed to Washington with only 6 out of 30 chapters negotiated and the idea of an agreement in principle being floated. What exactly is an agreement in principle, and what will we be giving up to achieve it? Will it be brought before this House to be debated and voted on? Or will Canadians be bound for another 25 years with a NAFTA that puts profits before protection of our environment, our sovereignty, and working people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Speaker, we've worked with U.S. counterparts for months now to ensure that at every level our position is fully understood and that Canada is exempt from these tariffs. The Prime Minister has raised this question directly with the President, as has the Minister, with her opposite numbers, as have I, and as have a variety of Liberal members of this House when they're doing their good work down in Washington on a variety of visits. We will continue to advocate for a full exemption, and I can assure the member opposite that we will always stand up for Canadian workers and Canadian values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When firefighters, police officers, and paramedics put their safety on the line, they are acting in service to all Canadians. When their work leads to the ultimate sacrifice, their families deserve our support in return.
Public safety tell us how the government is upholding the commitment that we made to Canadians to support the families of fallen public security officers.
Mr.
Speaker, we promised to create a non-taxable compensation benefit of $300,000 for the families of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics who die in the line of duty. As of this month, the Memorial Grant program is now in effect. First responders put themselves at risk every day to keep our communities safe. From now on, they can go to work secure in the knowledge that if tragedy strikes, this federal program will be there to help support their families.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party in its electoral platform said we will go even further in terms of financial transparency. But what's the reality? Well, they're just becoming more secretive. Now the President of the Treasury Board is proposing to give himself $7 billion, but he doesn't quite know what he's going to do with it. He wants us to vote for it, but he does want that $7 billion, and he expects us all to trust him. Well, these people don't seem to know how to spend and how to count, so why should we trust him, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board? Mr. Speaker, we are proud of the changes that we have made to improve transparency and to deliver results to Canadians. We now have a new vote in the Budget Implementation Act, and that includes a detailed table in Budget 2018, and it gives details on the budgetary votes and measures. These kinds of changes will give concrete results for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. I'd like to congratulate the President of the Treasury Board for his efforts in French. However, we need to see what they've actually done. They said originally that there would be no deficit and that it increased. They said they would balance the budget. There's no balanced budget. And now they want us to trust them on $7 billion? No, Mr. Speaker. Why is the government being so secretive? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
We'll take no lessons from the Conservatives on budget transparency. The fact is, it was the Conservative government that took millions of dollars from the infrastructure fund for borders, the Border Infrastructure Fund, to use to pay for fake lakes and gazebos hundreds of kilometers away from the border. We have ensured that our funding is strictly tied to the list of initiatives described in a detailed table in our budget. We are proud of this major step towards fiscal accountability. We will continue to ensure that we do the...
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Says the President of the Treasury Board, who is the greatest defender of the sponsorship scandal anywhere in Canada. That's you. Now we expects us to believe that the novel he held up, that he calls his budget book, has any legal weight in restricting on what the government spends this $7 billion no-strings-attached Liberal slush fund. What crisis justifies giving these Liberal ministers the power to spend that money with no restrictions right in an election year?
President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, again, that honourable member was part of the cabinet where the president of the Treasury Board, in fact, the member for Parry Sound Muskoka, actually took funds from a border infrastructure fund to put gazebos in his riding. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, earlier I actually raised from the budget verbiage, but if the honourable member would look at the main estimates, he would find that the inclusion of the $7 million budget implementation vote for measures approved and identified in Table A211 of Budget 2018. Every detail is in there, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
What is not in there is legal enforceability. The legislation does not clearly restrict the power of this group of Liberal politicians on the Treasury Board to move that $7 billion between and among priorities that have not been approved by Parliament. Governments can only spend what Parliament has approved, and only on the specific purposes approved, except this slush fund will allow them to move the money wherever they want. How is that accountable to taxpayers?
The President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, just about everything the honourable member just said is wrong. The fact is that he can go to Table A211 and he will see line-by-line items, detailed descriptions of these funds and where they will be invested for Canadians. And let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest for Canadians because that's what's created 600,000 new jobs for Canadians in the last 2 years. That is what has created the best growth in the G7. We're going to keep on investing in Canadians and being transparent with Parliament as we do it.
Honourable Member for Fort Moody Coquitlam.
You know, Liberals go on and on about Kinder Morgan being in the national interest. Mr. Speaker, do you know what's in the national interest? Protecting our coastal economy. You know what else is in the national interest? Protecting our marine environment. The proposed Kinder Morgan pipeline will mean a 7-fold increase in tanker traffic. These tankers will be filled with diluted bitumen. You know what's not in the Liberals' so-called ocean protection plan? Technology to clean up toxic dilbit. When will the Prime Minister put an end to this charade and protect our coast?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
That 7-fold increase is from 5 to 35 a month, so 1 tanker a day. The $1.5 billion ocean protection plan strengthens the eyes and the ears of the Coast Guard to ensure better communication with vessels. It adds new radar sites in strategic locations, puts more enforcement officers on the coast, adds more primary environmental response teams to bolster Coast Guard capacity. It invests in new technology. We're conducting scientific research to make cleanups more effective, and we reopened the Kitsilano Coast Guard station that was shut.
The Honourable Member for Skinnabolkley Valley.
You know, when it comes to the Kinder Morgan crisis, this Prime Minister is actually uniting the country, but not the way he thinks, because whether you're an oil worker in Alberta or an environmentalist in British Columbia, everyone can now agree that he screwed this thing up right from the very beginning. Now, there's been no meaningful consultation with First Nations, no credible environmental review, and no oil spill cleanup plan from the British Parliament to British Columbia. Folks want to know, when are Liberals going to finally keep their promise to people and the planet?
Yeah.
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, in addition to the Ocean Protection Plan, there will be additional funding to Western Canada Marine Response, which will provide marine safety, played a critical role in our decision, and this project is facilitating an investment of $150 million to establish 6 new response bases in British Columbia, 135 new personnel, 43 new vessels, including spill response craft and barges, All new personnel, facilities, and equipment will be in place several months before any increase in traffic associated with the expansion.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, excuses her words at an event featuring a notorious apologist for the war crimes of Syrian President Assad, an event hosted by Palestine House, long associated with anti-Israeli extremism and terror, by saying she was only meeting with a diverse array of individuals. Mr. Speaker, diversity does not excuse pandering to extremist organizations in the Prime Minister's name. Again, will the PM renounce this unacceptable solicitation of votes?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we've been abundantly clear that we oppose and condemn the murderous Assad regime and its indiscriminate violence perpetrated against its own civilians, including the use of chemical weapons. Equally, we've said many times that we are a friend of Israel and friend of the Palestinian people, and that Canada is committed to the goal of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East, including the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace with Israel. And I know that these are positions that my colleague, the member on this side of the floor, shares as well.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first example of this government looking the other way when Liberal MPs seek electoral support and funding from groups associated with extremism and terror. Government funding of Palestine House was cut by our previous Conservative government 6 years ago for just these reasons. So again, Mr. Speaker, will the PM distance himself from this outrageous tribute made in his name?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I just stated clearly the position of this government, and it's been the position for a long time, clear condemnation of the indiscriminate violence perpetrated by the murderous Assad regime, and that we are friends of Israel and remain friends of the Palestinian people. The member, too, has publicly condemned the recent attacks perpetrated by the Assad regime, and she has worked hard on these issues as a member of the Committee on International Human Rights. Equally, she has done tireless work tackling issues of discrimination in all forms, including anti-Semitism. We applaud the work that she's done on this side of the floor. They're positions that this government believes in.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, first-degree murder charges against notorious gang leader Nick Chan were thrown out of court due to delay. The Minister of Justice claims that she is appointing judges, but after a year and a half, only 1 out of 10 new judicial spots created to stem the backlog in Alberta's courts have been filled. This is worse than inaction. This is negligence. Will the Minister take responsibility for the release of this dangerous criminal?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government takes responsibility with moving forward with criminal justice reform that keeps communities safe, protects victims, and holds offenders to account. By way of introducing Bill C-75, we've introduced and fulfilled a commitment to bring forward substantive reform to the criminal justice system that will fundamentally address delays if passed. Further to that, I take my responsibilities in appointing Superior Court justices incredibly seriously. 167 have been appointed, 27 appointed in Alberta. We'll continue to appoint judges to ensure that all vacancies are filled.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
25 remote First Nations communities depend on diesel as its sole source of electricity. This source is neither viable nor reliable, and it's also extremely expensive. Recently, the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services announced an historic partnership that would not only allow for reliable and clean power generation, but contribute to economic development and infrastructure opportunities in First Nations communities. Can the Honourable Minister please share with this House the benefits of this project?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for Sudbury for his question.
To make an announcement of a $1.6 billion investment in the First Nations-led Wate Power that will bring hydroelectricity power from the Ontario grid to 16 First Nations.
This is the most significant power project managed by Aboriginal people in the history of this province.
This GHG emissions the equivalent of taking 35,000 cars off the road and will create close to 800 new jobs.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, China is becoming more and more aggressive, building military installations throughout the South China Sea and today holding live fire drills in the Taiwanese Strait. Canada's government has thus far declined to condemn Chinese aggression in the South China Sea and has never stood up for Taiwan. This Prime Minister can promote peace and stability in the Asia-Pacific by condemning clear acts of aggression. So will he?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, for our government, the promotion and protection of human rights in all our engagements, including those with China, remain primordial and they remain a priority. We raise human rights situations and actions in all opportunities to engage with our Chinese counterparts, including at the highest levels. We continue to encourage China to live up to its international commitments, and we do that through ongoing and frank dialogue. As we work towards a more stable relationship with China, we will never hesitate to raise concerns, whether they be human rights in nature or for China to live up to its humanitarian and human rights obligations.
Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the tender process for the dismantling of the Catherine Spirit stipulated that the proponent had to have an emergency intervention plan in place 30 days before work began. Yet when firefighters, the 75 firefighters, were beating back flames on the wreck, they did so with no emergency plan because the only thing that Groupe Saint-Pierre provided was a plan of the boat. That doesn't really help with the fire. In fact, the Beauharnois fire chief told me that if this didn't change, his men will no longer intervene. This is very worrisome. Will the government stop trivializing this and finally launch an investigation? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the need is not to investigate, it's to remove the Catherine Spirit, and that's exactly what our government is doing. We acknowledge that there are risks on wrecks for coastal communities and the marine environment. And as my colleague knows, a fire started in the engine room of the Catherine Spirit when dismantling work was ongoing. Nobody was harmed, and there has been no observed pollution. And that is what is important for us to know. It's very important to move quickly to get the Catherine Spirit out of there, and that's what we'll do.
For Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes that a sustainably developed resource sector is essential to the success of the Canadian economy. Getting this right requires us to work with Indigenous people as equal partners through well-defined, predictable processes, like we do through co-management regimes across the North. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs update this House on the steps taken to ensure co-management is at the forefront of discussions on Northern resource development?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the Northwest Territories for his tremendous leadership on northern issues in Canada. Canada's northern co-management approach to resource development is an example to the world and one we're proud of. Both territorial and Indigenous partners came together at the UN Permanent Forum on co-management in the North, because it has ensured that Indigenous people are equal partners in determining the best use of their lands and their resources, and together we will continue to develop a shared vision, one that is strong, prosperous, and sustainable.
Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
The Fisheries Minister laid out critical bid criteria for those interested in the lucrative surf clam quota, such as the successful applicant must be an Indigenous company in respect of which shares are owned by Indigenous persons or groups. However, we know that winning bid wasn't even incorporated until weeks after the announcement was made. And we know that a Liberal MP's brother and former Liberal MP are going to get very rich. So, Mr. Speaker, will the minister table the bid criteria scores so we can all see how his Liberal family and friends won a bid without a company, without a boat, and without Indigenous partners?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Speaker, I can give my honourable friend points for imagination, but we can't give him points for, in fact, sticking to the facts with what happened. Mr. Speaker, the fact that there's a new participant in this lucrative surf clam fishery should not surprise the Conservative Party. In fact, they began a process 3 years ago to do exactly that, include a new entrant. What they forgot to do was to include Indigenous communities. And we're very proud, Mr. Speaker, that the most impressive economic benefit to Indigenous communities, Atlantic Canadians, came from a group that included Indigenous partners in 5 provinces, 4 Atlantic provinces, and Quebec. We chose the best proposal, and we're proud of that.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has always been a welcome haven. But since the Prime Minister extended his irresponsible invitation, Quebec has been experiencing a real crisis in migrants while Ottawa simply twiddles its thumbs. The Immigration Refugee Board is years behind in processing cases, and the Minister of Immigration has the nerve to come and preach to Quebec. But that's irresponsible and it's unacceptable. Will he finally make up his mind today and reimburse Quebec for the costs incurred because of his own negligence? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Canada is an open and welcoming country for those who need protection. However, our government is determined to ensure that there is orderly immigration.
Closely with Quebec on the irregular migration issue. We have worked very closely with Quebec in the Intergovernmental Task Force on Irregular Migration. We have our 9th meeting tonight, in which we will discuss issues of mutual concern. We have worked very closely with Quebec to make sure that there's extra funding for newcomers and integration in Quebec, an increase of over $112 million.
Hear, hear.
And that's all the time we have today for question period. Merci. Merci beaucoup. We have a point of order for the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a moment, along with my colleague from Abitibi Bay, James Nunavik Inu, we will be asking for unanimous consent on an important motion because it's up to the Parliament of Canada to accept our role and obligation in furthering the work of reconciliation and addressing the still harsh wounds from the forcible removal of Indigenous children to destroy Indigenous identity in the residential school systems. There has been extensive talks among all the parties, and I sincerely hope that you will find that there is unanimous consent in this Parliament for this motion. That the House call on the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops to A, invite Pope Francis to Canada to apologize on behalf of the Catholic Church to Indigenous people for the Church's role in the residential school system as outlined in Call to Action 58 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. B, to respect their moral obligation and the spirit of the 2006 Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement and resume the best efforts to raise the full amount of the agreed upon funds. And C, to make a consistent and sustained effort to turn over the relevant documents when called upon by survivors of residential schools, their families and scholars working to understand the full scope of the horrors of the residential school system in the interest of truth and reconciliation.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, we don't seem to have unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statement by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Okay. If I can ask some order in the House. There's a member who's at the other end, and with all the racket and the noise, it's not that you're doing it on purpose, it's just that you're leaving. If you can just leave quietly, it would be appreciated. The
Honourable Member for Broome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the standing order, I have the honour to present in both official languages the report of the Canadian parliamentary delegation respecting its participation at the visit to Paris of the executive of the Canada-France Association. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Pharmacare Now, Prescription Medicine Coverage for All Canadians. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government to table a comprehensive response to this report. And I just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, this was a parliamentary initiative. It's the most extensive report we've done. It's really well done. We've spent 2 years on it. We've had 130 presentations from the best experts around the world. We've engaged the Parliamentary Budget Officer for a year to confirm the financial implications of such a program. And the National Pharmacare Study answers a question. Will we save money and will we have better health care with the National Pharmacare Program? And the answer is yes.
We will.
I want to thank all of the members from all sides for the work they've done, and I want to thank all the members from all sides. I want to thank the analysts. They've produced a wonderful report, and the research and the chair and the clerk of the committee for doing great work on this really important study. Thank you very much.
I understand we have dissenting or supplementary opinions from the Conservative Party of Canada. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative members of the Standing Committee on Health agree that the important issue of access to prescription drugs for all Canadians needs to be addressed. However, we did feel that some portions of this report require further work to really understand the costs of the recommendations, including the use of more up-to-date figures that are now available. The federal government will also need to consult with the provinces and territories who have jurisdiction over these areas, as well as with the more than 80% of Canadians who already have coverage, some of which have excellent private insurance and may be unwilling to switch to a standardized public plan. More work needs to be done, Mr. Speaker, and as such, the Conservatives have tabled supplementary information to this report and call on the Minister of Health for action. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and we acknowledge the comments by the Conservative member, and certainly the report doesn't have all the answers, but it's a great first step. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Health in relation to Bill C-326, an act to amend the Department of Health Act Drinking Water Guidelines. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And I want to thank the member from Lac Saint Louis for developing this private member's bill. It calls on the government to conduct a review of drinking water standards and make recommendations to our national guidelines. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 59th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, my committee membership presented to the House earlier this week, be concurred in.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried. Further motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Alderman Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to table 3 petitions from 184 constituents. These petitioners call to the government's attention that, as it is now written, the application form for the Canada Summer Jobs Program forces employers to choose between their charter-protected freedoms and eligibility for government programming. They're calling on the government to remove the discriminatory attestation requirement from the Canada Summer Jobs application and to respect the charter rights of all Canadians, even those individuals who differ in political ideology from the government of the day. Mr. Speaker, this brings to the total number of petitioners on this issue to 493. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year, there's thousands of Canadian families that tragically have their lives changed forever when they lose an infant or when their child is stillborn. And many of these parents simply want the government to show more compassion towards their situation, providing them with the support needed to properly grieve and to properly heal. And so, Mr. Speaker, I table this petition today with thousands of signatures from every single province and territory right across the country, calling on Parliament to stand shoulder to shoulder with Canadian families dealing with pregnancy and infant loss, and to support Motion 110, which will be up for debate next Friday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first is on Bill C-45. The petitioners say it's a flawed bill that doesn't protect youth, climate, or reduce the workload of the criminal justice system, that the implementation of the bill is being rushed, risking the health and safety of Canadians, and that the passing of the bill will put Canada in violation of 3 international United Nations treaties. And so they're calling on the Government of Canada to not proceed with the legalization of marijuana. The second petition that I have today has to do with the Canada Summer Jobs Program, and states that it is a violation of their Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that the government's duty is to defend the rights of all Canadians regardless of whether or not they agree with the Liberal government. And they're calling on Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to withdraw the attestation requirement totally for the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Oh, sorry.
I just want to remind the honourable members, even when it's in a petition, we refer to another member in the House by their title, not by their name. It's not hard to let it slip. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Lebasque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the government is about to privatize Canadian airports. They ordered a study from Credit Suisse, which is actually in the business of investing in private airports. We feel that it's a step in the wrong direction. For example, if you look at what happened in Australia after the government there privatized airports, it didn't solve the problem. And in fact, on the problem, it actually created new problems and incurred new costs, not only for air travelers, but also for the hundreds of thousands of airport employees.
Set of a series of 6,000 signatures that will be tabled in this House, asking the government and the Department of Transport to move away and to forget about their move towards privatization of the airports. So it's my pleasure to table this first set of petitions in this House. Thank you.
Des pétitions, the honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
It's an honour to rise again on behalf of petitioners from my riding and across the country, calling on the government to establish a national strategy to combat plastic pollution in aquatic environments. And, Mr. Speaker, they'd like to draw the attention of the House to the following: whereas plastic in our oceans, lakes, rivers, and other bodies of water pose a dire threat to sensitive ecosystems, wildlife, communities, and individuals, that plastics make their way through these bodies of water in a variety of ways, including stormwater outfalls, global ocean tides and currents, and direct industrial and consumer waste disposal. So they're calling on the federal government to work with the provinces, municipalities, and Indigenous communities to develop a national strategy to combat plastic pollution in and around aquatic environments, and they identify several measures, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Essex.
I rise today to table a petition English language teachers who are highlighting the removal of the Teach English as a Second Language accreditation requirement from its funding agreement with federally funded language instruction for newcomers to Canada programs in Ontario in October of 2013, which has resulted in some service providers hiring individuals who lack TESL training. They note that current practices fail to deliver high-quality language instruction to newcomers participating in federally funded programs in Ontario, bringing up significant language teaching inconsistencies, underestimating and underutilizing the skills of the over 4,500 TESL Ontario accredited teachers who care deeply about the high-quality language instruction that they provide. They ask that the government reinstate the funding agreement that requires federally funded programs to hire only TESL Ontario accredited teachers and designate language instruction for newcomers to Canada instructors in a national occupation classification.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to table this petition signed by constituents from my riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Manmore, and Belcarra, including Don and Marilyn Portlands, and many others who are worried about the changes proposed by the Finance Minister under Bill C-27. They say it threatens the retirement security of Canadians. They know that pensions are deferred wages and that they belong to workers who earn them. They are asking the Finance Minister to withdraw this bill immediately.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, calling on the Minister of Transportation to cancel the Department of Transport's plans to designate the shore of Gabriola Island in the Salish Sea as a new bulk anchorage site. 5 bulk anchorages are proposed, each of them for 300-meter-long bulk commercial vessels. This is a petition from signatories from Surrey, Calgary, Osoyoos, Gabriola Island, Nanaimo, all over the BC coast, calling on the Transport Minister to recognize that the project as proposed could have catastrophic oil spill risks, particularly affecting the marine environment and the wetland of Sandwell Beach and Whalebone Beach, right in the heart of Nanaimo First Nation territory. We urge the Transport Minister to take the petitioner's advice and cancel the bulk anchorages proposed.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid, and I'm not the only one who's afraid. The people who signed this petition in the region of Lac-Mont-Magog are concerned that water quality is deteriorating there. Now, on the Canadian side of the lake, the water is good to drink, and people in Sherbrooke and related areas drink it. But on the other side, it's not drinkable. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners are calling on the Minister of Foreign Affairs to submit to the Joint International Committee this problem for study. They're calling them to review the water quality standards for both countries, Canada and the U.S. Thank you.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I table today a petition on a very important day. This petition, the people that have signed this from Winnipeg North are actually calling on the government to look at the need in Canada to have a national pharmacare program, one program for 35+ million people, Mr. Speaker. It's signed by residents of Winnipeg North, and I know here in Ottawa, I've been tabling a number of petitions like this, as my daughter, Cindy, who's actually here, tables them in the Manitoba legislature, Mr. Speaker. And as I say, it's a very special day given the report from the Standing Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
We have consent? Agreed? Agreed. Notice of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand also, please.
Allowed to stand? Allowed to stand. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-74, Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 1.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound has 6.5 minutes coming his way.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to finish off or where I left off last night regarding the budget implementation bill. And Mr. Speaker, when I ran out of time last night, I was in the middle of explaining that due to this government's economic mismanagement, my oldest granddaughter, who just turned 13 last month, she's going to be 40 years old by the time that Canada is able to return to balanced budgets if this government was allowed to continue that long. It's simply unacceptable, and Canadians are tired of seeing this government run deficits to accommodate their out-of-control spending disease. And a disease it is, Mr. Speaker. I note that the Prime Minister has also given himself the title of Minister of Youth. I wonder, has the Minister of Youth informed young Canadians across the country that they will be paying for this Prime Minister's out-of-control spending? Prime Minister is spending and spending and spending, and it's on the backs of future generations, like my 13-year-old granddaughter. And I've always believed that when necessary, the government should step in and stimulate the economy in tough economic times. It's important for any government to spend when it is necessary, but it is equally as important to pay down debt when it's possible. And that was the plan under the previous government. Yes, previous government ran deficits, but it was at a time when the economy was recessing. The GDP growth rate in 2009 was negative 2.9%. By comparison, in 2017, the GDP actually grew by 3%. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, that despite significant economic growth, this government continues to pile on the debt and spend without any true plan of action. Perhaps the most frustrating part of these continued deficits is that Canadians are not seeing the bang for their buck. Where is this money going? What is the plan? These are questions that I am asked on a daily basis. A recent report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer revealed that half of the infrastructure funding that has been promised by this government has not been spent yet. This accounts for a total of $7.2 billion in unspent funding that local municipalities desperately need. All this budget has to offer in terms of correcting this is that the government is finalizing negotiations with the provinces and territories. Really? They also said that 3 months after the 2015 election. Again, no real plan. Earlier, I mentioned that in 2009, previous government began running deficits in order to stimulate the economy in response to the economic recession. And unlike the deficits that this government is running, that spending was necessary. There was a clear and direct plan for all of that spending. Initiatives were targeted and had a purpose. It wasn't simply spending for the sake of spending. For example, the 2009 budget made $2 billion over 2 years available in direct, low-cost loans to municipalities to finance improvements to local projects. Furthermore, the budget also expanded infrastructure funding so that immediate action could be taken to stimulate the economy. And most importantly, there was a plan to return to balance. Always. And we did that. Prior to the 2009 budget, the previous government paid down almost $40 billion on the national debt. That's paid down. So when times were good, we paid down on the debt. Just like a mortgage on your house, your business, student loan, we paid down on it. Just think of what it would have been like to have to pay interest on another $40 billion in debt. And you can see that the difference here is pretty clear, Mr. Speaker. In 2009, budget was clear that funding for infrastructure was to be significant and immediate. There were no political lines about finalizing negotiations, which we all know means further delays. And the budget set out what the government is expected to do, and that's take action. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that after my 12 and a half years experience in municipal government, one of the things that was always tough was getting infrastructure money through the feds and the provinces. And I can honestly say that the Minister Baird of the day, in my years in federal and municipal, I never seen infrastructure money flow as quickly and so easily as it did back then. It was done the right way. And I give the Minister of the Day credit for that. Furthermore, this budget empowered local municipalities to address issues of real local concern. Recently, the main bridge in the community of Chesley, in my riding, was severely damaged by a winter storm. The bridge connects the north and south end of the town, so right now the community is quite literally split in two. The county Bruce County has earmarked funds to fix this immediately and has applied to the provincial government for disaster relief funding. But it would have been nice for me as the local member of parliament to be able to work with the community to see what kind of federal support would be available. Unfortunately, though, with this government's plan or lack of, when it comes to infrastructure, it's such a mess that it was impossible to figure out what money might be available. Again, on infrastructure, this government's plan is a total mess, and this budget does absolutely nothing to fix it. The reason I'm presenting the House with this information, Mr. Speaker, is because I wanted to show what a real economic plan looks like. I entirely disagree with the government's decision to run deficits during a time of growth, but if this is the direction they've decided on, it's vital that there be some form of a plan and not, as I said, simply spending for the sake of spending. With that said, I will not be supporting the budget implementation bill, and I am happy to take any questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, and I am concerned that the opposition is choosing not to support this Budget Implementation Act, because we are calling on a number of very important things to support, such as money for veterans, such as making sure that workers have the necessary resources to have the ability to continue to receive income even when they're getting and preparing to get back to work. I'm wondering if the member can explain to us why he can just carte blanche say that this entire budget is not worth supporting, given that he might disagree with just one or two particular elements of it.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague across the way for the question, but I think he knows full well what Canadians right across the country have been saying, and my riding's no different, is they can't get their head around why their municipality can't get funding approved, because all these guys want to keep saying we're working on an agreement, we're working on an agreement, but they have no problem funding carte blanche Economic Development Corporation in China to not build projects in Canada, but in China. Like, people can't get their head around that, Mr. Speaker, and that's just one of the worst examples, or bad examples, because there's many of them. But they have no problem spending this money out of this country, in other countries all over the world, when Canadians here expect our tax dollars to be spent in the right way and in our own country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the honourable member speaks fondly of his grandchildren, his children, as I do with 4 children. Living in Ontario, we've seen a disastrous economic policy of debt and deficit, and we're literally on the same path here federally, Mr. Speaker. So I'm wondering if the honourable member could comment on the impact that this has on young people, his grandchildren, my children, his children, and future generations who have to pay for the debt and deficit that's being placed upon them by this Liberal government through this budget, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague from Barrie Innisfil, and I know his riding well, and his people are very similar to the type of people who live in my riding, and they care about their children's future. They care about their grandchildren's future, as this member does. And, you know, we're getting a double whammy in Ontario as far as out-of-control spending and just plain mismanagement. And luckily, we're going to fix that on June 7th this year in Ontario. But you know, we're not going to be able to fix the overall bigger federal problem until October 19th next year, or in 2019. But no, this kind of spending, you cannot go on. As I mentioned earlier, I talked about mortgages and student loans and that kind of thing. We have to pay them back at some point. You can't go on, and this government just doesn't get it to make my 13-year-old granddaughter not ever to have a balanced budget until she's 40 is just plain unacceptable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. You know, when we look at budgets, it is just as important on what's in the budget versus what's not in the budget. And so I note that this week, the Minister of Immigration made an announcement around the policy impacting people with disabilities. And particularly, he was very proud to say that for the government to discriminate against people with disability 25% of the time is better than 100% of the time. From my perspective, discrimination is discrimination is discrimination. And one of the issues why it was so delayed even for that announcement was because he said he was engaging in a process of discussing this issue with provinces and territories. After 2 years, there's nothing in the Budget Implementation Act that addresses this issue, so I'd like to see what the member has in terms of comments around that. And by the way, at committee, it was a unanimous report from the it was a unanimous recommendation from the committee to the government that the government repeal this discriminatory policy.
Honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable member for the question. I didn't hear the comments of that minister, but just based on what she has just said, it sounds pretty inappropriate and irresponsible. We have an obligation to look after our disabled and our handicapped and all that, the same as we do for veterans and seniors and all that. And you know, it sounds to me like, Mr. Speaker, like we all know that the minister said that veterans asked for more than they could give. It sounds like they did the same thing for disabled people.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Here, here. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, advancing gender equality is one of our most important priorities. From appointing the first gender-balanced federal cabinet and the first federal minister fully dedicated to gender equality, the government continues to introduce new measures and key investments that underscore our ongoing commitment. Since then, we have launched the first federal strategy to address gender-based violence, released the first gender statement as part of last year's federal budget, and enhanced the use of gender-based analysis by federal organizations. To ensure our leaders better reflect Canada's diversity, Mr. Speaker, we have increased gender diversity across 4,000 senior federal appointments and used the comply or explain approach to increase diversity on corporate boards. Our efforts to advance gender equality extend beyond our country's borders. Through our work and membership on the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, which I attended a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, we are taking an active role in shaping gender issues on the international stage. Through these and countless other actions, we continue to play our part and lead by example. Budget 2018, equality and growth, strong middle class, builds on these achievements, Mr. Speaker. It is a bold step forward that reflects the government's feminist agenda, putting gender at the center of decision-making and focusing on equality as a driver of economic growth. It recognizes a simple but powerful idea: when we invest in women, Mr. Speaker, we strengthen our economy for everyone. Budget 2018 ensures this idea will continue to guide Canada's way forward. It introduces new GBA Plus legislation that will enshrine gender budgeting within the federal budget-making process. Moreover, Status of Women Canada will be made an official department, strengthening its capacity to apply the gender and diversity lens. Budget 2018 proposes a number of investments in Status of Women Canada, including, Mr. Speaker, very importantly, $100 million over 5 years for the Women's Program, which will strengthen the women's movement. This will fund projects to end violence against women and girls, improve their economic security and prosperity, and advance women and girls into leadership positions. Budget 2018 will also invest $25 million over 5 years for research and data collection in support of the government's Gender Results Framework. The framework is essential to measuring our progress towards our gender equality goals. Building on our efforts to end gender-based violence, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2018 invests $86 million over 5 years in the gender-based violence program. That's over the $100 million that we invested in the previous budget, Mr. Speaker, and this will increase our capacity to meet the needs of vulnerable survivors. It also invests $6 million over 5 years in a national framework to address gender-based violence in post-secondary institutions, our university campuses. Engaging youth is key to creating an inclusive society, and that's why the Government of Canada is proposing an additional $7.2 million in funding over 5 years to lead a national conversation on gender equality with young Canadians. This is in addition to the $2 million over 2 years put forward for a strategy to engage men and boys on gender equality, a topic, Mr. Speaker, I will be playing a leadership role in. Finally, as part of our commitment to GBA+, the government will invest $1.3 million in 2018-2019 in a national roundtable to share results and best practices with key stakeholders, including provinces and territories.
These investments recognize the role Status of Women Canada will continue to play in implementing the government's feminist agenda. But as 2018 makes clear, gender equality is a government-wide priority. The budget includes a number of important measures that will create opportunities for all Canadians. Introducing proactive pay equity legislation is an important step on the road to fulfilling the government's feminist agenda. It will help reduce the gender wage gap and support women's economic empowerment. The new women's entrepreneurship strategy, which I hope all of us in this place will support, will help women entrepreneurs grow their businesses through access to financing, talent, networks, and expertise. The strategy will help break down barriers to growth-oriented entrepreneurship, including new direct funding from the regional development agencies targeted to women entrepreneurs, mentorship and skills training, as well as targets for federal procurement from women-led business. The new employment insurance parental sharing benefit supports gender equality in the home and in the workplace, Mr. Speaker. The government is proposing a $1.2 billion investment over 5 years, starting in 2018-2019, and $344.7 million per year thereafter. The benefit will provide additional weeks of use it or lose it EI parental benefits when both parents, including adoptive and same-sex couples, agree to share parental leave. This incentive is expected to be available starting June 2019. In addition, we are strengthening the Canada Child Benefit so that it continues to help families that need it most. The 2017 Fall Economic Statement indexed these benefits starting in July 2018 to keep pace with the cost of living. This will provide an additional $5.6 billion in support to Canadian families over the 2018-19 to 2022-23 period. Just winding down, Mr. Speaker, we also know that Indigenous peoples, especially those living in remote and northern communities, face distinct barriers when it comes to accessing federal benefits such as the Canada Child Benefit. To help Indigenous peoples access the full range of federal social benefits, the government will provide $17.3 million over 3 years, starting in 2018-2019, to expand outreach efforts to Indigenous communities and to conduct pilot outreach activities for urban Indigenous communities. And finally, Mr. Speaker, through innovative initiatives and essential investments, Budget 2018 is helping create a strong foundation to achieve gender equality in Canada. Gender equality, Mr. Speaker, is not just a shared goal. It is a pathway towards inclusive, a prosperous country where everyone has the opportunity to thrive and succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park. Sorry. Yes, Sherwood. Go ahead.
Sherwood Park, 4th Sketch. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, specifically dealing with some of the gender elements in this budget. Now, I had a friend of mine, a young woman, say to me that this appears to be the budget written for women by men. And I think part of the reason why many people see the budget in that way is because it talks about gender equality, but then it really tries to dictate to women on the choices they make, and in a way that I think is out of step with where society actually is right now. The biggest instance of this is the use it or lose it parental leave. The government wants to say to families, you can no longer decide yourself how you divide up your parental leave. From now on, we think that each person has to take a certain proportion of the parental leave. And that's because we want to micromanage how families divide up their responsibilities. But for many families, this isn't going to work. Maybe a single-parent family, maybe a family where one person has the kind of job where it just is much less practical than for them to take the leave than for the other person. And of course, in the case of many families, there may be a desire to breastfeed, which is something that men cannot do. So I wonder if the member can tell us why this budget presumes to dictate to families how they divide up their child care responsibilities. Isn't it more in keeping with the nature and goal of feminism to let people make their own choices, to give them the tools and the ability to make their own choices about how they divide up responsibilities within their own family.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question and for his commitment to feminism. I appreciated his remarks. And, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member will know, according to our present legislation and the way that maternity and paternity benefits work, there is enormous parental choice. The father or mother can take parental leave. I know my next-door neighbor has done exactly that, who is a man. And, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are introducing use it or lose it benefits for the second parent. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that this has worked well in Scandinavian countries. We know that this has worked well in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. So we are on that pathway, Mr. Speaker. We know that this is going to help more women get into the workforce and increase labor attachment. It's a very good policy. And, Mr. Speaker, women's organizations across the country have applauded this budget and I think would take issue with the honourable member's opinion.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. He spoke a lot about the importance of gender equality and, of course, in this budget. And again, I talked about what's in there is as much as is important on what is not there. I looked in vain, I might add, that in the budget, it does not include the much anticipated and hoped for pay equity legislation. And this was a promise that the Liberals, frankly, had made 40 years ago. It was a promise that the government, this current Liberal government, made back in 2016. And it was a promise that they made in the budget speech. But yet, in the act itself, when the rubber hits the road, there is no pay equity legislation in this bill. So I asked the member, how can you square this circle? And when can women finally see pay equity legislation pass in this House? And talk is cheap, and we're constantly asking women to wait, and please wait, and wait some more.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I will just agree with her. It is about time, and it will be time, Mr. Speaker. She is absolutely right. It was a commitment in the Liberal platform. It is a commitment in the budget, Mr. Speaker, and pay equity legislation, proactive pay equity legislation, will be brought in 2018 in the fall.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to thank the Minister of Finance and his staff for all of the hard work over the past several months to create this year's budget. Their efforts have more than paid off. Budget 2018, equality and growth, a strong middle class is a win for all Canadians, including my constituents of Brampton North. I'm particularly excited to see the changes to the small business tax rate, which was one of our campaign commitments announced in the fall of 2017 and will come into effect with Bill C-74 when it is passed. We made a promise to the middle-class Canadians that we would lower their taxes and make sure that everyone pays their fair share. With this reduction in the small business tax rate, we are keeping that promise. When we first took office, we cut the small business tax rate down to 10.5%. We are cutting it again down to 9% by 2019. For small business owners, this latest change will mean a savings of up to $7,500 per year. There are almost 900 small businesses in my riding alone, a fact which continues to impress me, given that Brampton North covers just 36 square kilometers. We should never underestimate the entrepreneurial spirit of Bramptonians, and indeed of all Canadians. But that number should tell you, Mr. Speaker, just how many of my constituents this will impact. It will mean that local institutions like McKay's Pizza, a place I loved to visit growing up as a kid, can save up more quickly for a new oven or a stove or a fridge. It'll mean that new restaurants like Paronte Valley Gully, which I just visited last month, which opened just a little while ago, can have the financial flexibility they need to get the most out of their first year in business. It'll mean that daycare centers like Alpha Childcare can buy more blankets for nap hour and more books for story time. When small local businesses can invest in themselves, that's a win for all Canadians. Budget 2018 also takes significant steps to strengthen Canada's workforce, making sure that every new job our economy creates, there is a Canadian ready to fill it. We will provide $448.5 million over the next 5 years to Canada Summer Jobs, building on our Budget 2016 commitment to more than doubling the number of jobs in the program. There are many programs in my riding that take advantage of Canada Summer Jobs to hire students and provide fantastic services to the community. The Aspire for Hire basketball camp is just one of many excellent examples from Brampton North, founded by a group of young but passionate men and women in 2013. Aspire for Hire has made a change to the lives of many kids through sport and makes it its #1 priority, regardless of each child's financial ability and circumstances. I'm grateful to Aspire for Hire for the work they've done in the Brampton community. I'm happy to say that our government has been able to provide support to the summer programming every year since we were elected. By increasing Canada Summer Jobs funding, we can support even more local initiatives like Aspire for Hire as they continue to build a brighter future for our communities. This year's budget also provides substantial investments in job training for Canadians who are no longer in school, with a focus on women and minorities. The key to ensuring strong and sustainable growth is to make sure that these groups have just as much of an opportunity to succeed as every other Canadian. Skilled trades such as Red Seal trades like welders, bakers, and electricians are high-quality and well-paid middle-class jobs that are critical to Canada's economic growth. Despite this, women are often significantly underrepresented in these fields, making up just 11% of new registrants. As the Minister of Finance pointed out in the new budget document, this shortage hurts the few women who do work in the skilled trades. Many are both paid less and viewed as less capable than their male counterparts. Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. This is why we're providing $19.9 million over the next 5 years to a pilot apprenticeship incentive grant for women. The grant will provide funding to any woman who decides to receive training in a Red Seal trade that is male-dominated. Based on current industry demographics, almost 90% of Red Seal trades fit that definition. That means that with this one grant, we will be making an entire job sector more accessible to women. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing short of remarkable. Finally, I was thrilled to see that the budget is allocating $81.4 million over the next 5 years to improve the Passenger Protect program. The No Fly List Kids organization has done invaluable work to make sure that this funding was included in our Budget 2018. I would like to take this opportunity to applaud them for their tireless advocacy on this issue. I'd also like to thank the Ontario Caucus, which I chair, for their work on this file. In the fall last year, we sent letters to both the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Safety asking that they take action updating the Passenger Protect program. Looking at Budget 2018, it's clear that our government is listening. The money will make a world of difference to the innocent Canadian children and their parents who have been unfairly caught up in Canada's air travelers screening program. It is unfair, Mr. Speaker. Traveling as a family is stressful enough. Without delays, my son, who's just 5 years old, so I can speak from personal experience, I cannot imagine what it must be like to have your young child stopped again and again and again every time you try to fly. Our government is going to make sure that we have a fair redress system in place so that Canadian children and their families can book flights and know with confidence that they will be safe from unnecessary and excessive screening. This is real, significant change, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2018 is going to have an overwhelmingly positive impact on the lives of Canadians, and I look forward to watching that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for her speech. It was very generous of her to congratulate the work of the caucus that she chairs, and I appreciate the Brampton restaurant recommendations. I can assure the member next time I'm door knocking in Brampton, I will pull up that list and be sure to take advantage of those opportunities. I want to ask the member about the supercluster policy in this budget. She spoke about small businesses. I think we on this side of the House, at least, we agree that small businesses are very important. But what the government is doing is continually squeezing small businesses. And they want to spend public money from those taxes, on the other hand, on some of these superclusters. The government wants to be involved in picking winners and losers in the economy when they won't actually support businesses by allowing them to keep more of their own money and have the flexibility to make those investments. And it's no wonder that as a result of these policies, we're seeing a decline in business investment. So I wonder if the member would support the idea of moving away from these kind of big business government subsidies and instead moving to a system where we actually recognize that business is best left alone to create value on its own without the kind of interference in small business activities that many people were concerned about in the fall and that we know still needs to be rolled back.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be happy to address that. Just like I've mentioned in my speech, we've lowered the tax rate for small businesses. For corporations, our tax rate is extremely fair, one of the lowest for many countries in comparison. The supercluster idea is a phenomenal idea. So many small businesses have actually created relationships in the city of Brampton. Our educational institutions, our big businesses have reached out and created bonds that are going to last a lifetime. So whether they were the chosen ones or not, businesses have been coming up to me saying that they have immensely benefited from the relationship building and the bonds that they've created by working with industry partners and institutions in their local areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd say the program is a success, our tax rate cuts are in excess, and businesses feel the type of confidence that they need to feel in order to create jobs and spur growth, and that's exactly what our government and Canadians have done over this past several years. We've created over 600,000 jobs for Canadians, and that is with the help of those businesses that are creating these jobs because they're confident in the work and the investments that this government is making. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. One of the key issues, of course, that Canadians are faced with, and most particularly in the immigration stream, is around the work of the IRB. And the IRB, of course, at the moment is faced with a major shortfall with resources. Though the budget recognizes that and has put some resources into it, but the amount of money put into the IRB from Budget 2018 will not even reduce half of the backlog of existing cases that are sitting there waiting to be processed. And that's over 40,000 cases that are waiting to be processed at a time when we have a situation where new claims are being added on a monthly basis to the tune of 2,100 cases. So my question to the member is this. This should not think that the dollars in the budget is inadequate for the IRB to do its job, and if the government does not ensure that IRB have the resources to ensure that the cases are processed in a timely fashion, then we actually put our immigration system in jeopardy.
Honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from across the aisle for that excellent question. I'm a tireless advocate for immigration and to make sure that we have an effective immigration system that Canadians and those wishing to become Canadians and members of our society can rely on. Now, when we took office, the immigration system was a complete mess. And what hurt me the most is those cases that had to go before the IRB, such as the legacy cases, because the Conservatives had just said, whoops, well, we don't have the time to process these cases, so you can wait 5 to 6 years. I had constituents 5 to 6 years that hadn't had even a single hearing, Mr. Speaker. Now that is ridiculously unfair because as we were processing new people that were arriving to the country, those people had been completely forgotten. And now finally I can say, Mr. Speaker, with the help of our immigration minister and the department and the IRB, they've quickly been getting through all of those cases that were long forgotten, and my constituents, those legacy cases, are getting processed. They're having their hearings. As of this last fall, I've had such good news to share with my constituents, and so we've made immense improvements, and we continue to make it even better, and we hope to make sure that the system is perfected by the end of our term. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to stand in this place. And perhaps before I begin, may I, on behalf of my constituents in Battle River Crowfoot, pass my condolences to the people of Humboldt and to the parents that lost a child and a hockey player in that horrific accident. I know we're all moved and we've seen other statements, but just on behalf of my constituency want to pass on our sympathies and condolences. I'm here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, to speak on Budget 2018. And I would like to begin my talk by echoing the words that our Conservative leader said on Budget Day, and it's been mentioned many times here in the House already, but I would quote him when he said, "Never has a Prime Minister spent so much to achieve so little," unquote. And I may add, Mr. Speaker, that never has a Prime Minister so blatantly made a promise, so blatantly broken a promise, and not only once, not twice, but now 3 times. During the 2015 election, the Liberals promised there would be 3 modest deficits of $10 billion or under before they would return to a balanced budget in 2019. Mr. Speaker, I ask you, did they keep that promise? No, obviously no. As a direct result of that broken promise, the Liberal government is on track to add $450 billion to Canada's national debt over the next 27 years, with the budget not projected to be balanced again until 2045. The deficit this fiscal year is $18 billion, 3 times that of which was promised. Mr. Speaker, we now have a national debt of $669 billion, and the interest rate for that crippling debt is rising. This year, it will be $26 billion, and by 2022, it is projected to be $33 billion, which is bigger than spending on any one government department, including the $25 billion that is spent on our national defense. Now, if this isn't an insult to our men and women in uniform, perhaps the fact that there is no mention of military spending in this budget is. And of extreme disappointment to many of my constituents, there was also no mention in this budget of the agricultural sector. The only reference to farming in this budget was the $4.3 million that, over 5 years, that was brought forward to support the reopening of farms at 2 Ontario federal penitentiaries. What, Mr. Speaker, does this have to say about Liberal priorities when inmates in our federal penitentiaries come before our farmers? Budget 2018 also failed to address any uncertainties related to the North American Free Trade Agreement or provide a response to the major tax cuts that were announced in the United States. 1 month, Mr. Speaker, after the Finance Minister delivered the budget, he was quoted in the Financial Post saying, in reference to the significant tax changes in the United States, and I quote, "There was no place in our budget for saying speculatively what we might or might not do in the future based on analysis that hasn't been completed. Well, I could argue with that, Mr. Speaker. I could argue, knowing the Finance Department, I could argue that I very much doubt that there was no analysis done or that it was incomplete moving into a budget. And, Mr. Speaker, as far as a budget that is going to give confidence to investors and people here in Canada, he backed away from mentioning anything that would give some confidence on the completion of that trade agreement. He said that the Liberal government is not yet prepared to help Canadian businesses tackle competitive challenges in the face of the United States corporate tax rate being cut from 35% to 21%, in the face of a U.S. tax system that fully supports the adoption of new technologies, and in a face of new U.S. incentives for intellectual property and marketing, until he has undertaken, quote, a complete analysis of the impact of these reforms. Well, he said this, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that investment in this country has been waning since oil price collapse of 2014, with a total decline of almost 18%. Once the strongest in the G7, it has been the weakest over the past 4 years. He said this despite the fact that we're struggling to attract capital investment from abroad, with foreign direct investment plunging last year to the lowest level since 2010, despite Canada's average corporate tax rate being about 27%, 3 percentage points above that of the world's advanced economies, and despite Canadian businesses being faced with regulatory changes, new carbon taxes, carbon prices, minimum wage hikes, and higher energy or electricity prices. And he said this, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that the Business Council of Canada, representing chief executives from dozens of major companies, asked the Finance Minister prior to the release of Budget 2018 for an immediate response. Silence. Former Liberal Finance Minister and head of the Business Council of Canada, John Manley, said, and I quote, "We're hoping for a signal that the government is on the case. There's really no indication in the budget that they're on the case. The first step to solving the problem is admitting that there is one, and they're not even admitting that there is one," unquote. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce concluded that the Budget 2018 is long on spending and short on growth. It agrees with the Business Council and has implored this Liberal government, and I quote, "to act with urgency to implement measures that will retain and attract business investment in Canada." Mr. Speaker, they get it. They get it. We need to attract business investment opportunities back to this country. We on this side of the House applaud the efforts of the Chamber and Business Council, as we know, as do many economic experts. Business investment is the most important source of economic growth in this country. The government must leave more money in the hands of business so they can invest more in innovation, productivity, and enhanced technologies. But before the government takes any steps that affect business, they need to invite small and medium-sized business owners to the table. In his keynote speech at the Chamber of Commerce April meeting, Ken Colby, president of the Alberta Chamber of Commerce, called out both our provincial and federal governments for failing to talk with business owners on policy that affects them. And as a result of this failure, Mr. Colby said the federal government's budget was heavy on platitudes but light on any real economic diversification plan. Jack Mintz of the University of Calgary School of Public Policy says rather than providing real tax reform to more powerfully impact economic growth, most provisions of Budget 2018 are aimed at raising taxes, whether it's tightening international rules, throwing money at CRA to curb avoidance, or capping the deduction for small business on passive income, unquote. He says to get any economic growth, quote again, the Liberals are relying heavily on government spending. Furthermore, he says, and I quote, "It all harkens back to the 1970s when Pierre Trudeau's policy framework offered regional development, politically driven grants, wage and price controls, a far too generous employment insurance program, and subsidized crown corporations." End quote. Obviously, it comes as no surprise that the apple hasn't dropped or fallen far from the tree. Mr. Speaker, the province of Alberta has experienced the worst decline in investment in this country. Energy investment is at the lowest level on record, even below the worst of 2009 recession, a loss of over $80 billion and more than 110,000 jobs. With drilling rigs headed to the United States, where there is more hospitable investment climate, there has been a significant decline in capital spending. And if these facts aren't bad enough, a week ago, Kinder Morgan announced that it has suspended work on the Trans Mountain Expansion Project. The blame for this development rests squarely on the shoulders of our Prime Minister. It has failed. He has failed to take a single concrete step to ensure this project is completed. Mr. Speaker, John Ivison last week said, and I quote, "The consequence of failure is the collapse of his entire economic and environmental framework, not to mention reputational damage from which he might never recover," unquote. Mr. Speaker, we need this project in Alberta. We must do all we can to get the oil moving again to a deep water port so that we can build our markets around the globe. We cannot rely on the United States. The budget doesn't give any encouragement to investment to come back to this country. And, Mr. Speaker, we need to see a plan soon that will do that. I see my time is up. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his great display of passion and conviction as he's alliterating his points today. And I heard him talk a lot and reference a lot of various different sources, such as Jack Mintz and various other individuals who provided their input. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we have the fastest growing country in the G7 right now. Canada is doing extremely well. My question for the member opposite is just very simple. Does he ever look to get any facts from other sources other than the Fraser Institute and Rebel Media?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously I quoted a number of other articles and a number of other authors of those articles and economists. I know that he would rather quote George Soros and that group. But, Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. What we've seen with the Liberal government is huge growth in program spending. He wants to talk about all the other, but a huge growth in program spending. Since coming into power, the Liberals have increased program spending by 6.3% each year in dollars. This amounts to $304.9 billion projected for 17-18, from $253 billion in the fiscal year 14-15. This is much faster than the growth in revenue coming into the federal government, which is at 3.3%. If we fall into another downturn, and if we should fall into another recession, with the government spending as they are in good times, what will the response be in times when we fall back into zero growth or negative growth? We do not have the opportunity then to invest and kickstart an economy, because we will see that it doesn't have the impact that it does if we're at balanced budgets, paying down debt, lowering taxes, all that in which the federal government, this Liberal government, has negated and not done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on the fact here we have a 556-page bill. It's an omnibus bill. It's rather obese, not just omnibus. And I'm just wondering if he could suggest that the Conservatives would support the NDP motion to split this bill into two, take out the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Act part of it, which really stands on its own, and so that we can debate this properly in the House. It's a very important issue. I think perhaps the Conservatives would have very different reasons to want to pull that out than the NDP, but it's a very important part of the bill. There's a lot of parts of it that need more clarity, and I just wondered if the Conservatives will support our desire to have that part of the bill split out so it can be debated properly here and in committee.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer him simply by relating a story. Once I went to a restaurant not that long ago, and I sat down, I had the salad, and this nice big salad came, and then across the top crawled, I don't know if it was a cricket or what it was a bug. And the waiter came and he took the animal off my salad and he said, "There you go." Mr. Speaker, there's nothing in this budget that is good. And when you see the bad crawling across, the budget like this is, removing one or two pieces of it isn't going to make it good again. And so it's a bad budget. This budget doesn't meet the needs of Canadians. It's a budget that adds taxation. It's a budget that doesn't bring investment back to Canada. It's a budget that we see a lot of spending in it that former Liberal governments wouldn't even have got caught into. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimated in 2017 only $1.9 billion was spent in infrastructure. They brag about their infrastructure. The budget doesn't answer the questions of why they were incapable of getting their infrastructure out the door. And so, Mr. Speaker, this budget is a budget that, although they may talk about the gender equality and some of the things that may be very well intended, as far as bringing economic growth, even John Manley, former Deputy Prime Minister in the Liberal Party and Finance Minister, said this budget offers very little. And so I thank you for that. I don't think opening it up and pulling one part or two part out is going to fix anything in this budget.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today in support of Bill C-74 and the Budget 2018. This is our government's third budget and another step towards making sure that every Canadian has a real and fair chance at success. Mr. Speaker, our government's plan to strengthen the middle class and to grow the economy is working. Since November 2015, the Canadian economy has created nearly 600,000 new jobs, most of which are full-time positions, and our unemployment rate is at near historic lows. Canada has had the fastest growing economy among the G7 countries, and Mr. Speaker, I've heard this optimism firsthand from the residents of Brampton West. In Budget 2018, we put forward steps to make sure the benefits of our growing economy are felt by more and more people. This budget supports our government's people-centred approach and introduces policies that will help Canadians in the middle class and those working hard to join. Mr. Speaker, Imami, a constituent of mine, is a single mother, is working hard to make ends meet. She's working part-time as a server at a restaurant while searching for a full-time job as a research analyst. Imami did not know that she was eligible for the working income tax benefit last tax season, so she did not claim it. To give Canadians like Imami a real chance at success, our government will replace the working income tax benefit with a new and improved Canada Workers benefit for up to $2,335. The Canada Workers benefit will increase both the maximum benefit amount and the income level at which the benefit phases out. The Canada Revenue Agency will automatically consider residents for the Canada Workers benefit when they complete their tax return, even if they do not claim it. This means Imami and 300,000 other low-income workers that did not claim WITB last year will receive CWB in 2019, and 70,000 Canadians will be lifted out of poverty by this policy by 2020. Mr. Speaker, speaking of significant policies, we have to talk about Canada Child Benefit. Canada Child Benefit has proven to be one of the most impactful social policies for the lives of hardworking middle-class Canadians. The CCB is helping 9 out of 10 families in Canada. In Brampton West alone, 36,000 children have benefited from Canada Child Benefit, with $134 million in payments last year. Across our country, 6 million children have benefited from the CCB, with $23 billion in payments last year, with an average payment of $6,800. Mr. Speaker, at a hockey tournament in Brampton West last week, I met Rena. She told me about her 10-year-old son Raj's dream of goaltending for Toronto Maple Leafs. With modest incomes, Rena and her husband Gautam could not afford to enroll Raj in a hockey league without the Canada Child Benefit. This year's CCB payments went towards Raj's goalie equipment. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report that Raj earned his first shutout last week. Mr. Speaker, increasing the Canada Child Benefit payments amount and indexing payments will help ensure more children like Raj have the opportunity to explore their dreams. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2018 is also putting gender at the heart of its decision-making. Advancing gender equality is not just the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker, it also makes its purely economic standpoint. Based on a study by McKinsey and Company, it states that we could add $150 billion to the Canadian economy by 2026 through steps to advance gender equality for women. Budget 2018 was guided by a gender results framework and helped form policy that works to help support women and girls, reduce the gender wage gap, and increase the participation of women in the labor force, which helps boost economic growth for all Canadians. An example of this policy making is the new employment insurance parental sharing benefit that will give greater flexibilities to parents by providing an additional 5 weeks of EI parental benefits when both parents agree to share parental leave. This use it or lose it incentive encourages a second parent and two-parent families to share more equally in the work of raising their children, which will allow greater flexibility for new moms to return to work sooner if they so choose to do so. Mr. Speaker, a few months ago, I had the opportunity to meet a young family in Brampton West. I heard about the challenges they faced in raising their newborn child while having to worry about how the mother would return back to work. With the changes made by our government, she'll be able to go back to work to support her family and not fear of being left behind when it comes to her career. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2018 is also supporting women-owned businesses so that they can grow, find new customers, and have access to more opportunities. Mr. Speaker, Balbir is an extremely motivated entrepreneur with a passion for teeth as a dental hygienist. Some members of this House may have seen her on the last season of CBC's Dragon Den discussing her mobile dental hygiene practice. Through Budget 2018, we will make more capital available for women entrepreneurs like Balbir so that many more women can take their businesses to the next level. This $1.65 billion in the new financing for women will help us create economic foundations of tomorrow. Additionally, with a total commitment of $105 million over 5 years, Budget 2018 also supports investments directly in women-owned businesses and in initiatives that provide women with better access to essential business resources such as networking and mentorship opportunities. Mr. Speaker, while we work to become more inclusive of women in our economy, we must also look to supporting those who have served our country. Mr. Speaker, as a proud sister of a brother who continues to serve our country in the Canadian Armed Forces, I could say our government and the whole of government were committed to ensuring that the well-being of our veterans and their families. This budget delivers on our veterans and helps them live a productive life post-service. In Budget 2018, we are implementing our new Pension for Life option for veterans that delivers a tax-free monthly payment for life to recognize pain and suffering. It will provide an income replacement payable at 90% of veterans' pre-release salary indexed annually. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives had 10 years to make changes that veterans were asking for, but they did absolutely nothing. They did nothing but cut budgets, close offices, and ignore the voices of our veterans. Budget 2018 also shows our continued commitment to veterans and their families, and that's a commitment that we made to our veterans, and we're doing exactly that to support them and their families. Mr. Speaker, the steps we have taken in Budget 2018 will help Canadians of all stripes access more opportunity by ensuring that they have the support, the resources, and the confidence they need to succeed. We have made great strides, for the past 3 years, Mr. Speaker, and I know Canadians are looking forward to many more this year, and we will continue to do so. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that is committed to improving the lives of so many Canadians in Brampton West and across our country, I'm proud to support this bill and this budget because it creates opportunities for middle-class Canadians while making lives easier. And I strongly encourage to all members of this House to do the same and support this critical legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for National Revenue for her speech. And I'm just wondering if through you I can ask her, with her expertise in the National Revenue file, as to why there is nothing in this budget implementation bill or the budget or anywhere else in the government's legislation plans to tackle issues such as the CEO tax, the stock option loopholes, and especially the offshore tax havens. There's estimates that we could bring in $10 to $12 billion more revenue, which would help her government pay its debts every year if we close down offshore tax havens. And there was one egregious example I might just mention again, where a Canadian mining company has got away with not paying $690 million in Canadian taxes because it funnels its profits through Luxembourg, where it has one part-time employee. And I'm just wondering if she can comment on that and why we continually not only to allow this, but to add the number of countries where we allow people to put their offshore tax money instead of in Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable member for his question and his comments. Mr. Speaker, I've said many times in this House that cracking down on tax evasion is a priority for our government. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2018 invests almost $100 million into the CRA, in addition to nearly $1 billion in the last two budgets, to allow to go even further in terms of fighting tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, this budget also includes legislative changes that will close tax loopholes used by multinationals. Mr. Speaker, we have fully adopted the international standards for automatic exchange of information with our OECD partners. And starting this year, Mr. Speaker, we will have access to even more data from other jurisdictions, which will enable us to pursue tax cheat even more efficiently. Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, tax cheats cannot hide anymore. This is a priority for our government. We have shown leadership on this, and we will continue to do just that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks. I heard an earlier speaker talk about SMEs, and I am an entrepreneur, and as an entrepreneur and a woman, I appreciate so many of the budget measures within the budget that support women and the work that we do. In my role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources, I have the great privilege of meeting with many industry leaders and have conversations about how they want to see. They see the benefit of more women, more Indigenous peoples, more peoples with disabilities involved in the world of work, as well as on boards and positions of authority. I wonder if the member could talk a little bit about the importance of getting women into these roles, and particularly the $74 million that was put out for women to get into the Red Seal trades. There is a shortage of trades in this country, and we're getting great response to that, and I wonder if she could talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. But again, I want to thank her for all the hard work that she does on behalf of her residents and on behalf of Canada as well. And Mr. Speaker, just exactly to what she said, and to add, I mean, I'm extremely proud of Budget 2018 because it's putting gender equality at the center of this budget. As you know, there was the first time ever that GBA plus analysis was done on the entire budget to make sure that every budget policy was actually looked with a gender lens, And this is a policy that we'll continue to do in the future as well, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we're taking a leadership role to address gender wage gap in this budget, supporting equal parenting, tackling gender-based violence, sexual harassment, and introducing a new entrepreneurship strategy for women. And Mr. Speaker, as I've stated earlier in my speech, and it was stated by a study by McKinsey Global Institute that estimates that by taking steps to advance equality for women in workforce, such as employing more women in technology and trade and boosting women's participation in the workforce, we could add $150 billion to our Canadian economy by 2026. We understand that in order for us to move forward as a country, we have to include everyone, including women, including Indigenous voices, but also minorities in this country, Mr. Speaker, and this is exactly how this budget is, and this is exactly what we'll continue to work towards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, conformément.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock, Natural Resources, l'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot, Employment Insurance.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, Indigenous Affairs. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise here today to speak to Bill C-74, the Budget Implementation Bill for 2018, and to provide comments on the budget in general. And I'll start by simply pointing out that this is another unnecessarily huge bill that is very difficult to digest and properly critique in the time allotted. And it's not just an omnibus bill, it's really an obese bill that is 556 pages long. It amends 44 separate pieces of legislation. And the Liberals decried the practice of the past Conservative government numerous times and ran on an election promise to abolish these bloated bills. And they've not only continued the practice, but they have actually restricted the length of debate on these bills in committee. The NDP, for one thing, is asking that the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act that is within this bill be pulled out and debated separately. This is a very important issue on carbon pricing, and I think it needs a full debate so that Canadians can hear how critical it is to our efforts to tackle climate change and meet our Paris targets. There's a lack of clarity in the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Act, and a lot of details have been left out. It really needs to be studied carefully at committee. Carbon pricing is an important tool in our fight against climate change, and we need to ensure that the positive outcomes from such legislation in British Columbia, where carbon emissions have declined as long as their carbon tax was gradually increasing, are replicated federally. In such a large bill, it's perhaps not surprising that there are a few parts of this budget that I was very happy to see. And one is the Nature Fund, a $500 million fund that will be matched by non-governmental partners to provide over $1 billion to protect important ecosystems across the country. Now, before I was elected to this place, Mr. Speaker, I sat on the board of the Nature Conservancy of Canada, and I was proud of the accomplishments of that organization in protecting more than 1 million hectares of land across this country. Many of those projects were at least partly funded by a similar fund created by the former Conservative government. And I don't often have good reason to thank the previous Conservative government, so I'll take this opportunity to do that and hope that this Nature Fund will do even more for conservation efforts across Canada, from the Garry Oak savannas of southern Vancouver Island, the desert grasslands of the Okanagan Valley, the native prairie grasslands, the Carolinian forests of Ontario, and the salt marshes of Atlantic Canada. This fund provides an exciting opportunity to really make a difference, and I can commend the government for creating it, and I wait anxiously to hear the details because they seem rather lacking right now. And on the subject of protected areas, I must add a bit of disappointment that came from the Minister of Finance's budget speech, where he clearly said that the national park fees were going to be done away for good. I actually applauded that, and I don't really applaud the Minister of Finance very often. But unfortunately, I found out the next day that he had misspoken, and that promise only applied to youth. But I'll say here that free parks would be a brilliant way to get Canadians out into this country's most beautiful places and appreciate the natural wonders Canada has to offer. Now, getting back to the good news in this budget, I was also glad to see the significant new funding for fundamental research action that was recommended in the recent Naylor report. I used to work at the University of British Columbia and can speak firsthand to the essential nature of basic research. While applied research is important, the most innovative and game-changing discoveries that science have given us have come from the pure curiosity of scientists, and this funding is most welcome. And we in the NDP were very happy, at least initially, to hear the word pharmacare mentioned in the budget. Canada is the only country in the world with a universal health care that doesn't have universal coverage for prescription drugs. The Parliamentary Budget Officer reported last year that Canada would save a minimum of $4 billion per year if we had a universal pharmacare program. We in the NDP have been championing this for years, and earlier this year, last year, we tabled a motion here asking the government to begin talking with the provinces within the next year about creating a pharmacare system across Canada. The Liberals inexplicably voted against this eminently reasonable motion, saying it wasn't the right time. Well, Mr. Speaker, now is the time for pharmacare, and unfortunately our initial excitement around the mention of pharmacare in the budget was dashed when we realized this would be only another study, and a study without a dime of spending attached to it. And, of course, it's not mentioned at all in Bill C-74. The government should act immediately to bring pharmacare to Canada, and while they're at it, they might want to consider adding teeth, eyes, and ears to universal health care and any other body parts we might have forgotten about when we created Medicare. So what's missing from this budget and from this massive bill? Well, despite government claims that this budget was all about equality and gender, there's not 1 cent in it to tackle the pay equity gap in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I was really encouraged a couple of years ago, very early on in this Parliament, to see the Liberals vote in favour of an NDP motion on pay equity. But 2 years later, there has been nothing done to really advance pay equity across this country. And for a budget on equality, the government completely missed the boat on narrowing the income gap between the 1% of wealthiest Canadians and the rest of us. Today, the 2 wealthiest Canadians, 2 individuals, have as much wealth as 11 million other Canadians. Many CEOs of big Canadian companies receive much of their salary, millions of dollars per year, in stock options, on which they pay only a fraction of the tax that we mortals pay. Fixing this inequity alone could bring $800 million to help balance the budget or fund programs that would make Canadians' lives easier. Offshore tax havens are an even more blatant form of tax avoidance. Following the release of the Paradise Papers, some analysis calculated that Canada is losing between $10 billion and $15 billion per year in lost taxes. The Conference Board of Canada has suggested that the gap between what taxes are owed in Canada and what the government actually collects may be as high as $47 billion. One Canadian mining company has avoided $690 million in Canadian taxes simply because it reports its profits in Luxembourg, where it has 1 part-time staffer. It's ridiculous and it's shameful, but it's completely legal because the company got written permission for the scam from the Canada Revenue Agency. And the government continues to add offshore tax havens to the list available for Canadian companies and individuals. So now you can hide your wealth in Grenada or the Cook Islands if Barbados and the other many countries with very low tax regimes don't suit you. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'll wrap up this by simply pointing out that there's no new spending in this budget for climate action, despite the clear signals that Canada will fail to meet its Paris climate targets. We need bold action, significant investment on this front. So instead of pouring money into Barbados, the Cook Islands, or Luxembourg, let's invest those billions into eco-energy retrofits, renewable energy incentives, and electrical vehicle infrastructure to get back on track and make Canada a better place to live for our children and their children. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, I Just heard from the parliamentary secretary for the Minister of Revenue talk about the investments that we've made over the last 3 budgets in the CRA, and I happened to be in Grenada when we signed the agreement between our 2 countries to share information around our taxes to ensure that we were adequately taxing companies who had accounts there, and they were able to share that information with us. So I'm wondering if the honourable colleague could sort of correct the record on the relationship that we have with some of these companies to ensure that the countries to ensure that the companies are sharing the information that we need to crack down on tax evaders.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for that question. I'm not an expert on the Grenada situation, but I do know that Canadians and Canadian companies can funnel their profits through these other countries who have very low tax regimes. And just the example I just gave, here we have a company who puts puts its profits through Luxembourg, where it has some part-time consultant staffer, and can report that profit as being made in Luxembourg, and they're avoiding $690 million in Canadian tax. They do pay $80 million or something to Luxembourg, but Canada is losing $690 million, and that is not some shady thing. It's legal because they went to CRA beforehand and got a signed letter saying that was okay. This is where that has to stop. I'm not a tax lawyer. I don't know how these things work, but that is wrong, and we have to fix that. And all the talk about how much CRA is working to go after the little fish in Canada, go after small businesses, is, that is really annoying to most Canadians. They want the big fish caught, and they want to see that money stay here in Canada where it can be put to good use. Thank you.
Now we come on to questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the member from Kootenay, Columbia, for his speech, and thanks to him for shedding the light or giving credit where credit belonged to our previous Conservative government over some good policies. The question is, we know that, we hear a lot from the government that there's $1.1 billion being given to CRA in order to help CRA to fight tax evasion. And on the other side, we hear on the ground across Canada how annoyed being Canadian from CRA is going after the small guy here in Canada. The question to the honourable member is, does he believe that the policy and the money that is given to CRA are working to really fight tax evasion, or just the rhetoric just to blow some more money into an agency like CRA?
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank the honourable member for that question. And I would just follow up on what I was saying previously, that here we have the CRA seems to be intent on going after all the little fish, all regular Canadians, small businesses who, trying to get, $100 here, $1,000 there. These people aren't the real tax avoiders. They're not the real tax cheats. A lot of them are just trying to make a living, trying to build their company, give jobs to Canadians, and the CRA and this government seems intent on making it more difficult. We had the small business tax measures that were floated last summer. In the middle of the summer, they had a short comment period. Canadians just rose up in real anger over that. I heard from so many of the small business owners in my riding, they were, I think, really naturally very irate about this. And the government, after a lot of pushback from the Conservatives and the NDP, the government has moved back on some of these measures. But I think this whole attitude of going after the little fish is wrong. We should be bringing in strong legislation that helps us fight these offshore tax havens, limits the CEO tax, the stock option loopholes, that can really, fight the tax cheats in Canada, really bring in a revenue that we need to help Canadians who are struggling in their daily lives. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Budget Implementation Act is the next step in the government's plan to grow and strengthen the middle class by promoting equality and investing in the economy of the future. As a representative of Richmond Hill, I'm proud to stand today to speak to these targeted measure, evidence-based policy proposals that not only is the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to discuss Bill C-74 and the measure in Budget 2019 by highlighting two of the most important and innovative benefits it has to offer, namely the Canada Child Benefit and the Canada Workers Benefit. Unemployment rates are near the lowest level we've seen in 40 years, and over the last 2 years, hardworking Canadians have created nearly 600,000 new jobs, most of them full-time. We should all be proud that since 2016, Canada has led the G7 countries in economic growth. Mr. Speaker, I will spend the rest of my time today on what the government is taking to provide more support for parents and low-income workers, strong measures that create greater opportunity. In Budget 2018, the government introduced the new Canada Workers Benefit, CWB, putting more money in the pockets of low-income workers. The new CWB encourages more people to join the workforce and offers real help to more than 2 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. This new benefit would provide even greater support than existing benefit by raising maximum benefit levels and expanding the income range so that more workers can qualify. By ensuring low-income workers take home more money while they work, the benefit encourages more people to join and remain in the workforce, as well as giving them more purchasing power and more money to invest what it matters to them most. This single measure supports businesses, workers, and families. I'm going to take a moment to give the honourable members a rundown of how exactly the CWB would help working Canadians. The low-income worker earning $15,000 would receive up to almost $500 more from the CWB in 2019 than under the previous system in 2018. Whether this extra money is used for things such as helping to cover the family grocery bill or buying warm clothing for winter, the bottom line is that Canadian Workers Benefit helps low-income working Canadians make ends meet. The government is also proposing to increase the maximum benefit provided through the CWB Disability Supplement by an additional $160 to offer greater support to Canadians with disabilities who face financial barriers to entering the workforce. Again, Mr. Speaker, these measures are not only the right thing to do, but they're the smart things to do. These targeted measures will help Canadians day to day, while the increased economic activity will lift the Canadian economy quarter by quarter. Furthermore, starting in 2019, the government will also make it easier for people to access the benefit they have earned by making changes that would allow the Canada Revenue Agency to calculate CWB for any tax filer who hasn't claimed it. Although the CRA to automatically allowing the CRA to automatically provide the benefit to eligible filers would be especially helpful to people with reduced mobility, people who live far from service location, and people who don't have internet access. In my own riding of Richmond Hill, I coordinated the free tax clinic for many constituents, helping to ensure that nearly 50 of my constituents receive the full tax benefit that they are entitled to. The reality is that many Canadians do not have the time to invest in researching the tax benefit that may be available to them, or money to hire the tax consultants. By simplifying our tax code and automatically providing the benefits to eligible filers, we will ensure that everyone who can benefit from the CWB actually will. An estimated 300,000 additional low-income workers would receive the new CWB for the 2019 tax year. Because of this change, Canadians who otherwise would have not received the benefit to which they are entitled to. In my riding of Richmond Hill,
Based on the 2011 census data, 3.7 of the workers in my riding make below $10,000 annually, and 5% earn between $10,000 to $19,000. Mr. Speaker, that translates to 17,400 people that potentially will benefit from this. Bottom line, enhancement to support under the new CWB will also raise roughly 70,000 Canadians out of poverty by 2020. Combined with the previous enhancement, the government investing almost $1 billion in new annual funding starting in 2019 to put more money in the hands of low-income workers, which means more money into Canadian businesses and new opportunity for low-income Canadians. Over the next year, the government will also begin working improving the delivery of the CWB to proactively provide better support to low-income Canadians throughout the year rather than through an annual refund after filing their taxes. Mr. Speaker, I would like to spend some time highlighting one of the most important social benefits introduced in decades. Since 2016, the government has been supporting Canadian families through Canada Child Benefit, CCB. The CCB gives low and middle income parents more money each month, tax-free, to help with the high cost of raising kids through a streamlined, generous, and most importantly, targeted system. Mr. Speaker, let me mention that it's also tax-free. Thanks to the CCB, 9 out of 10 Canadian families have extra help each month to pay for things like healthy food, music lessons, and back-to-school clothes. In 2016, 9,220 families in my riding of Richmond Hill, which translate to 14,360 children, have received over $4.5 million through the Canada Child Benefit. This is real help going to families that need it the most, and a number that will only increase as our community continues to grow. Canadians realize the impact of this program in making it easier to start a family, and our new measure expand the benefit of the CCB. Families benefiting from the CCB are getting $6,800 more on average this year. Since the introduction of CCB has lifted hundreds of thousands of Canadian children out of poverty. I cannot overstate the importance of this accomplishment, and every member of this House who supported this initiative should be proud of very real difference they have made in the lives of children across the country. This is a real change we promised, which is why I'm pleased to say that Bill C-74 will strengthen the CCB by increasing the benefit annually to keep pace with the rising cost of living. This is actually 2 years earlier than originally planned, which is made possible thanks to growing economy and improved fiscal track. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude with this. To ensure the benefit of a growing economy are felt by more and more people with good, well-paying jobs for middle class and those people working hard to join it, we need to maximize workforce participation by creating more incentives for people to transition to work and to stay in the workforce while providing targeted benefit that assist Canadians who need it on their day-to-day activities. This bill, I believe, will just do that. For these reasons, I urge all the members to support the Budget Implementation Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the hallmarks of this budget, given the fact that it's an omnibus budget bill as well, is the fact that there's ongoing debt and deficit situations that are going to happen. And to put it in perspective, Mr. Speaker, my 14-year-old right now will be approximately 42, 43 years of age before we return to balanced budgets. The deficit situation is going to increase almost by $500 billion to become $1 trillion. Today's taxes, today's debt and deficits, Mr. Speaker, are tomorrow's taxes and service cuts. So I'm wondering how the member reconciles the fact that we are saddling so many young people in this country with debt and deficit?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I like to say that the perceived deficit is an infrastructure deficit. This is an investment that we are making in the growth of our economy. And as you can see, it's already paying off. Over the last 2 years, we've created 600 jobs, most of them full-time. And as you all know, that the debt to GDP ratio is also lowest among the G7. Our GDP to debt ratio is also lowest among the 7 countries. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Richmond Hill for his speech and his focus on families, but I hope everyone's brought their sense of irony with them today. This Bill C-74 contains 556 pages and amends 44 separate acts. So bigger by 100 pages than anything the Conservatives ever did. But what I'm going to ask is, since you've gone that far, why are there no concrete measures in this budget to protect workers' pensions? Why is there nothing there to prevent companies from paying their... Well, that's what I'm saying. You went this far, you might as well have a bigger bill. And you could have protected workers' pensions against companies paying their shareholders and paying out their profits before they actually take care of what they owe their workers. Or you could have included the pay equity legislation that we've been waiting for, which would have a big impact on families. Or you could have done something about the fact that only 4 out of 10 unemployed workers can actually access benefits from the EI program. So why, when you've gone all this way to 556 pages, didn't you do some of those things that actually would help working families and those who are trying to retire?
I'm sure the honourable member was asking a question of the member for Richmond Hill, not wanting a question and answer from me. I just want to remind the honourable members to ask the question through the chair, not to the chair. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
I thank the member across for asking the question. As you know, our government has done a great job on the pension front, and I do realize that this is a great step for us to be able to take in our next or future budget. So I thank the member, and we'll consider that in our future consideration.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member for Richmond Hill on a very well-researched presentation, especially dealing with some of the numbers involved in the benefits that are being received by his constituents. And I know that in my own writing, and I think many of us have crunched the numbers, that several $1 million of investment, even on a monthly basis, is occurring. And I wonder if the member from Richmond Hill has made the same observation I have in Hamilton East Stony Creek, that the money almost immediately goes right back into the economy.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
I thank my honourable colleague for highlighting the benefit that he's also receiving as a result of the CCB. As I mentioned, close to 14,300 children in my riding are actually receiving that benefit. And you're right, that benefit is directly going into buying what these children potentially could have not had the benefit of from, and it's going directly to the economy, whether it's buying books or buying school supplies or registering in after-school classes that would help them to continue their education. So I have similar observation, and I actually challenge all the colleagues to be able to make sure that they extract those data on the number of families that they're receiving the benefit, the number of children that they're receiving the benefit, and the total amount that it's going to the economy. And as I said, these are making day-to-day benefit. When it comes to our economy, it's making quarterly benefit. And as we can see it has generated over 600,000 full-time jobs. Thank you.
Once again, I want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the chair and not directly to the other members. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, let me begin. Thank you. Let me begin by apologizing. I have been battling a bit of a chest cold that's gone into my head, so I've got that frog voice going, and I may have to take a couple of drinks of water, but I do appreciate the opportunity to speak on the budget, and in particular, speak through the eyes and a lens of the people of Barrie Innisfil. We just had the last couple of weeks where we were able to spend time in our ridings, and I certainly took advantage of that, meeting with a lot of individuals, groups, stakeholders, including high school students. I met with seniors in seniors' residence, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in the course of those conversations, there were great questions that came up, but there were also significant concerns related to the direction that our country is going, more so because of the fact that the experience that we've had as Ontarians to see the decimating effects of debt and deficits, the impact that that's had on government services and a reduction of government services, whether it's health care, education. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's well known that if the provincial debt in Ontario was a department, it would actually be the third most expensive department behind education and health care. So when you put it in that context and you think of the devastating effect of debt and deficits, we're certainly heading on that path here federally with this Liberal government. We're heading there quite simply because the architect of the debt and deficit situation, the architect of the failed green energy program in Ontario is the same person and are the same people that are now in the shadows of the PMO, directing government policy, directing this Prime Minister with respect to some of those failed policies. And of course, we know who that is, Gerald Butts and his good friend Katie, who have come here to effectively do what they've done to Ontario. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, they're doing a terrific job at it by comparison to Ontario. So I had an opportunity to visit a high school last week. And great questions. We talked a lot about foreign policy. We talked about some legislation, and these high school students were deeply informed, part of a Global Perspectives program. In fact, this week they're down in Cuba doing some work down there, understanding certain aspects of government literally around the world, and that's where these students travel to. And one question in particular really struck me. And it was near the end of the conversation. I spent almost an hour and 20 minutes with these young students, and somebody said to me, well, what do you think of the Prime Minister? Now, of course, I would look at that as a loaded question, but I said to the student, I was more than honest with him. I said, he's a nice guy. He really is. I believe that your Prime Minister, not yours, Mr. Speaker, but their Prime Minister, is a nice guy. But I think he's a terrible Prime Minister. And I was quite frank with him, and I said that because of the situation that we're in fiscally and the path that we're heading down fiscally, the debt and deficit situation. We've heard, of course, the promise of the last election. There were lots of promises in the last election. One of them was not to have any omnibus bills. And what are we facing here? An omnibus bill by this Liberal government. And so, the debt and deficit situation, the government talked about $6 billion in debt. We know that that's 3 times more this year. The projected deficit, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, is not expected to be balanced for at least another 30 years or so. And think of how that's going to impact those young people. And that's exactly what I said to them. I said, today's debt and deficits are tomorrow's taxes and reduced services, just like we've witnessed in Ontario over the course of the last 15 years. And that's precisely what's happening here. And it's scary. It's scary not just for my 4 children, Mr. Speaker, but it's scary for every single one of those kids that are in high school who will be expected to pay for this, just like the younger generations are in Ontario. And so this spending and this debt and deficit situation is going to cripple these young peoples. And I've heard the average family household in this country has about $47,000 in debt. $47,000 in debt. When you couple the federal debt and deficit situations with the provincial debt and deficit situations and the requirements of municipalities to take care and to take from their taxpayers what they need in order to produce the goods and services that they do for their communities, you can't take it all from these people. And how much is too much? And just the other day, I met with the Canadian Police Association. I said to them, is 53% of a marginal tax rate too much? Is 55, 57, 60, 70? Because that's the path we're heading down. And what this government likes to do is take from producers and give it to the non-producers, Mr. Speaker. And that's precisely what's happening here with this program spending. And that's why we're not seeing the deficit situation correct itself for almost a generation. The same generation that the finance minister speaks to and says that there will be a generation of job churn in this country. Well, that doesn't provide much hope, Mr. Speaker, when the finance minister is talking in those terms. The other interesting thing about this budget is what I call the Liberal election slush fund. The fact that they're allocating $7 billion to the Treasury Board, the fact that this money can be dispensed in other departments as we head to an election, and the accountability of this won't even come until after the next election. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask you, what do you think that this Liberal government is going to do with this money? There will be goodies floating around, and you can bet that Gerald Butts is already figuring out where this money is going to go, just again like we're seeing in Ontario. I mean, if you want a free pony, Kathleen Wynne will give it to you in this election. That's the way it works with these guys. They try to buy votes. So this $7 billion slush fund will be used exactly for that. And this is a government, Mr. Speaker, and I'll remind you again, and I'll certainly remind Canadians every chance I get, that they came here and they talked about transparency. They came here and talked about accountability. Things were going to be better under them, and the fact is that they are far less transparent and far less accountable, and this $7 billion slush fund proves that. The other issue in this budget, Mr. Speaker, and I know my time is short, is the issue of carbon taxes and the impact that that's going to have on families. I've got news for us. We live in a barren, cold country that requires us to heat our homes, requires us to drive to certain places. You're going to penalize people for the necessities of life, not you, Mr. Speaker, but this Liberal government is going to penalize people for the necessities of life, adding 11 cents per litre as a result of a carbon tax and causing $264 a month for each family to heat their home. Those numbers are real, Mr. Speaker, and they're quantifiable. And so blindly raising these type of taxes on people, the government won't even tell us what the impact of a carbon tax is going to be in terms of reducing emissions. They won't tell us what a $50 tax on carbon producers is going to mean in terms of reducing emissions. If they don't know the answer, how can Canadians have any confidence and give any support to the implementation of a carbon tax? And the other thing, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, that the budget doesn't speak to is the issue of competitiveness. We clearly see that the United States is going one way with taxes and regulations. Canada is going another way. They talk about gender equality. This is a gender equality budget, they say. In fact, over 300 more times it's mentioned in this budget. The reality and the fact is that they're truly heading towards gender equality. We've seen a flight of $84 billion of capital from our natural resource sector. The gender equality will happen when nobody is working in this country, Mr. Speaker. Then clearly everybody will be making nothing. That will be the Liberal definition of gender equality with respect to what they're doing to our natural resource sector. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of pipelines, newsflash, these Liberals don't want pipelines in this country. They don't want Trans Mountain. They can say and they can stand and they can shout to the hilltops all they want. The reality is that they don't want us to be a carbon-producing country in spite of the assertions of the Prime Minister saying so. Well, we know the truth. Basically, what he said in Paris was if he could turn the switch tomorrow, he would. But I think more importantly, the evidence of that is clearly of those that are working in the shadows of the PMO and Gerald Butts. What he said, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's very clear that Canadians need to understand this, that they're not looking for alternative routes for pipelines or alternative pipelines. They're looking for an alternative economy. And, Mr. Speaker, this budget will hurt our economy. The Liberals will hurt our economy, and I'm not going to support this for the people of Barrie Innisfil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I just wanted to, as I was listening to the speech, there were a couple of things that stood out to me. One, I'm sure, as I am, my colleague and everyone in this House are very, very proud Canadians, and our Prime Minister is everyone's Prime Minister. So I want, and for someone that goes into schools as often as I do, and has held as many town halls as I have, I've actually held 29 so far. Some of the things that I know, what I heard that people were concerned about under the previous government were the cuts to veterans' offices, the cuts to science. I still hear those concerns and that feeling, but now I'm feeling optimism from our young people. The $47,000 in debt that my honourable colleague had mentioned, I don't believe that was accumulated in the last 2.5 years. That's through a series of probably lifetime decisions with a previous government. In terms of what I've heard also from my constituents would be they feel more optimistic about evidence-based policies and having the facts behind them. My question to my honourable colleague is, with the new Canada Child Benefit that is tax-free, what is he hearing from his constituents on the benefits and how they're using that? Thank you.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I say once again that I have respect for the honourable colleague. We went to high school together, actually. And there's 3 of us that are sitting in this House, including the Minister of Science and Innovation, that all went to the same high school. So I will say, Mr. Speaker, that the child care benefit is one of those issues that I do hear about. But I hear about it in the context of the amount of debt and deficit that each Canadian household is facing, not just the accumulated amount, but the fact that we are currently the highest indebted consumer debt nation in the G7. In fact, if you go back to a Bloomberg report just over a year ago, Bloomberg said that the majority, and a strong majority, of people were using the child tax benefit to deal with the debt situation they have. And so I don't come from a generation, I'm sure the honourable member doesn't come from a generation, where we want to put ourselves in a position of ongoing sustainable debt. We have to make sure that not only our consumers, our households are in a position where they can thrive and succeed, but governments need to set the example, Mr. Speaker. And when we talk about a generation of significant deficits and debt, we're not providing the example that we need. Furthermore, if there is a downturn in the economy, what room will this government have to maneuver that won't cause pain for the average Canadian family? I think that's a fair question, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this debate today, but I want to ask my colleague a question about the Prime Minister's comments. The Prime Minister was out in Western Canada last week, 10 days ago or whatever, and he gave us a story about how committed he was to the Alberta energy industry and Saskatchewan energy industry. And then, of course, this pipeline story is broken. And since then, he's talked a lot but hasn't done anything. But I was very concerned when I heard about his conversation in France, that he goes to another country and he gives a completely different story than he's given in Canada. So trying to leave an impression in Western Canada, but goes to France and say, you know, that energy industry I talked about last week that I said I supported, I actually don't support it. I'd really like to shut it down as quickly as possible. I'm just wondering if the member can tell us a little bit about what does he think about leadership that actually says one thing to one group of people when he wants to try to get their support and something completely else when he's on an international stage and he thinks that Canadians aren't listening to him. Good job.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that is an excellent question. I think it's symptomatic of a problem that this Prime Minister has with respect to saying one thing and actually doing another. And we've said that, we saw this during the election campaign when he talked about, you know, this will be the last time that an election is held under first past the post. He backtracked on that. There are multiples of other things that he's backtracked on, Mr. Speaker. But on the issue of pipeline, and this is what is really concerning to me, is the fact that he stands up in front of Canadians. He goes to Fort McMurray, he speaks to the Alberta oil sector, he speaks, as he says, to all Canadians about the fact that this pipeline will be built. Can you imagine the Premier of British Columbia, the Premier of Alberta, and the Prime Minister getting together? I don't have a lot of confidence in the fact that any single one of them want this pipeline to be built, quite frankly. And so the Prime Minister, in all his bravado, again, he stands up there and he says one thing. There is no chance, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister and this Liberal government want a pipeline built. They want it gone, because they think that our natural resource sector, the people who depend on it, the people who are employed by it, are dirty, Mr. Speaker, and that's the fact of this. And so they can stand up there all they want and say, this is what we want a pipeline built. The reality and the truth is, no, they don't.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to offer a few comments today on a piece of legislation that will implement many of the commitments made in Budget 2018. Well, there's many themes I would love to touch on that have been canvassed during the course of this debate. I'm going to restrict my comments to two key themes. The first is the measures that seek to ensure that all Canadians have a shot at success in Canada in the 21st century. And the second is that Budget 2018, in my mind, is a budget for Atlantic Canadians. On the first theme, if I can boil down the general thesis of this government to a single idea, is that we need to create a society and an economy that works for everyone. Your opportunity to succeed or to experience happiness in Canada should not depend on whether your family comes from money, but should accrue to you by virtue of being a Canadian. If I look at some of the first measures that we adopted, there's a consistent theme that carries through to the legislation that we're debating today. The very first measure that we adopted as a government was to raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians and cut taxes for the middle class. We followed up on that initiative by introducing the Canada Child Benefit, which puts more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families and stops sending childcare checks to millionaires. And now, incredibly, this program has cut childhood poverty for 300,000 Canadian children. Anecdotally, in my own experience, Mr. Speaker, I've spoken to families who've told me that this benefit has allowed them to enroll their children in swimming lessons. I have had a single mother tell me that she was able to afford new clothes for her children on the first day of school for the first time because of the new income from the Canada Child Benefit. We love to cast things in terms of economic growth and GDP development, which is very, very important. But we can't forget that there are very human experiences behind those numbers. Talking to the families in my riding and hearing them tell me that their kids are better off because of this policy lets me know that we're on the right track. That's right. We built upon these investments by investing in a national housing strategy, and I'd like to thank the member for Spadina-Fort York for his work on this important file. And we continue to invest in measures that are going to improve the lives of Canadian families. When I look at the Budget Implementation Act that's actually on the floor of the House of Commons today, I can point to measures like the Canada Workers' Benefit. This benefit is more generous and replaces the very valuable working income tax benefit. And it's kind of complicated to understand for a lot of people who don't dig into tax policy. So I hope you'll allow me just a moment to explain in very basic terms what this does. This is a policy that was designed to help people who are working hard in our communities but can't seem to get ahead. Now, we talk a lot, admittedly, about the middle class and those working hard to join it. This policy is designed specifically for those working hard to join it. A person who's earning $15,000 a year working hard in Canada will see a benefit of about $2,300 through this new policy that accrues to them automatically. That's $500 more than they earn today. And $500 for a person earning $15,000 a year makes a significant difference in the quality of that person's life. If I look at other measures like indexing the Canada Child Benefit, I know that we're doing the right thing, because if we have measures that are designed to help with the cost of living, those measures need to continue to increase as the cost of living increases. The value of a benefit today needs to adjust as the cost of living goes up. Because it's one thing if that single mom is able to afford a new outfit for her kids on the first day of school this year, but I want to make sure that this program stays intact so that family can continue to afford those basics in life that so many of us take for granted 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and that her grandchildren can enjoy those kinds of benefits in perpetuity. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I could change gears a little bit and talk about some of the measures that I saw in Budget 2018 that are designed for Atlantic Canada, because this is an issue that's very near and dear to my heart. One of the reasons that I got involved in politics, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that so many people from my region had a hard time staying in Atlantic Canada despite the fact that they wanted nothing more than to be able to stay. I myself was a young person who gained an education and after 8 years of university realized I had to pay down some pretty serious student loans and quickly found myself moving west to Calgary to find work. Now, I've been able to move back home, but I looked across what my family was doing, and I saw that a great number of my family members, I've got 5 sisters, I had 2 had moved to Ontario for work when I was thinking about running for office. I had to move to Calgary to find a job. I had 2 sisters who became teachers with 2 university degrees. One moved out of the province, another had her husband flying in and out of the Middle East to work in the energy sector, and the youngest sister finished her education and moved to Halifax from our rural community so she could find work. Now, the thing is that my family is not unique because you could replace my family or my community with any other community in Atlantic Canada, and the same story is true. We need to be doing more to make sure that there are opportunities for families and people to stay in the communities if that's what they want to do. When I look at some of the measures that we've adopted, we have an economic growth strategy designed specifically for Atlantic Canada. This strategy has seen a new immigration pilot introduced for our region to make sure that our communities that are getting older and older have an influx of people to fill our labour market needs and also build stronger, more vibrant communities. I see measures to increase innovation in Atlantic Canada, like the Ocean Supercluster, which is going to help us tap into the strategic resource that is the Atlantic Ocean. I see opportunities from the infrastructure spending that we've seen. My riding alone has seen projects like the Trades Innovation Centre at the Nova Scotia Community College Pictou campus that put about 120 people to work for a while, but also leaves the community with a strategic asset that is going to educate our skilled workers for generations. I see investments at St. Francis Xavier University and the new Institute of Government and the Centre for Innovation and Health. I see our municipalities being able to afford water and wastewater treatment facilities. I see our small craft harbours being built out, which create jobs in the short term, but provide economic security for our rural communities by providing our fishermen with a safe place to fish going forward for years. Mr. Speaker, it's important to me that we're making these kinds of investments, but I got to look at Budget 2018, and I see that this trend is continuing. This is not some flippant theme that we had in the first few years of our government. This is a long-term commitment. We've seen, after significant advocacy from my Atlantic Caucus colleagues, $250 million put into small craft harbours to see that these wharves continue to be repaired and that our harbour infrastructure continues to support our fishing communities. We see measures like the investment to protect against the threat posed by spruce budworm that was threatening seriously the forestry sector in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. We've seen our forests decimated in different parts of this country and in our region at different times in our history. But to know that we're putting $75 million to protect the strategic resource that are our forests to help people work in our natural resources sector is incredibly important to me. In addition, Mr. Speaker, our regional development agency, the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, has seen an increased investment to the tune of $48 million in Budget 2018 that is going to help ensure that our communities can tap into economic development opportunities when they present themselves. This is very serious, Mr. Speaker, because in Atlantic Canada we depend on this agency to help build more vibrant communities and to support businesses scale up and hire more people. I know I'm getting short on time, Mr. Speaker, but if I conclude by saying that as long as I hold this position, I will not give up on supporting those who need our help to ensure that whether you come from money or you come from nothing, the Government of Canada is behind you, and I will continue to be an advocate for the economy in Atlantic Canada so our families can succeed and call Atlantic Canada home for generations into the future. Thank you.
Comme il est 17h30,
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the deferred recorded division on the motion at report stage of Bill C-374 under private members' business. Call in the members.
Order. The question is as follows. Mr. Aldag, seconded by Mrs. Schultz, moves that Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, composition of the board, be concurred in at report stage. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Aldag.
Fifth row.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massa Avignon-Lamitis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Lamitis, Matan, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission, Mascui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission, Mascui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spiegelman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchings.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row to my right.
Anzi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Sheepcake.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Gabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jevnesky.
Mr. Jevnesky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernando Sangri.
Mr. Anna DeSangari.
Rangée en faveur.
Fourth row.
Mr. Null.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavan.
Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Row at my right in favor.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Petpat Taylor.
Ms. Petpat Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Rabel.
Ms. Wilson-Rabel.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Que tous à ma gauche qui...
All those to my left in favor of the motion. Fifth row. Please rise.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Lauzon. Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Watts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Barsalou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Island.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Fourth row.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left. In favor.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Aboutif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row to my left.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Le Chemin, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Belchesse, Les Echemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Fourth row. Opposed. Third row. Opposed. Deuxième rangée qui se...
Second row opposed.
Première rangée.
First row opposed.
All those at my left who oppose the motion, please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 294, 294. Nays contre, 0. Aucun.
Declare the motion carried. And when shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Order. Order. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill S-210 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Aldag, seconded by Ms. Alisleb, moved that Bill S-210, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Fifth row at my right.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Master Avignon-la-Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Sete.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamasri, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamasky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Fourth row.
Sano.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Eyolfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my left.
Bertanzi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefcase.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Serres.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Serres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jevzneski.
Mr. Jevzneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Alicev.
Ms. Alicev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Hungary.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Second row at my right in favor.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Lausanne, Gentil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, les Petites Nations.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. César Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lumetti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Peredi.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
First row in favor.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Petpa-Taylor.
Mr. Petpa-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Paltrow.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaicha.
Ms. Mahaicha.
Mr. Casey Charlotte.
Mr. Casey.
Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Katusa à ma gauche qui
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Told.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Lausanne, Starman, Dundas, South Bend, Gary.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Barsalou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Miss May Saanich Golfal.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Fourth row at my left.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Labropoulos.
Miss Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mrs. Gallen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée à ma
Third row at my left.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Onsar.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Great, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
deuxième rangée à ma gauche en faveur.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abulte.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Row at my left in favor.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Benson.
Mr.
Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rumpel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All We're actually not done yet. All those at my right who oppose the motion, please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right, opposed. Third row at my right. Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right, opposed. First row at my right.
All those at my left who oppose the motion, please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Second row at my left, opposed. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 293, 293. Nays contre 1.
declare the motion carried. En conséquence, le projet de loi.
Consequently, this bill will be sent to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Order. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Madame la députée, private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-330, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, landlord consent, standing in the name of Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, seconded by Mr. McColman, moves that Bill C-330, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, landlord consent, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to stand and debate this bill today in the House, my private member's bill C-330. And I look at the last two votes that we had where it was unanimous consent from a Liberal member in terms of supporting things that were very practical that will make things better for Canadians. And so certainly I hope that this particular piece of legislation will be received with that same sort of spirit of cooperation, because I'm truly, truly convinced that by doing this, we will make things much better and solve a really significant and difficult issue. So what 330 does, if passed, it's the enactment would amend the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act to provide for regulations requiring the consent of landlords to tenant activities in respect of controlled drugs and substances. More specifically, this enactment would require the written consent of any landlord on whose premise the production or sale of any controlled substance is to occur. So, Madam Speaker, the bill is in response to the Access to Cannabis for Medical Purposes regulations, which came into effect August 24, 2016. And these new regulations do not require individuals who wish to produce marijuana in their residence to notify or seek the consent of their landlords. The federal government failed to provide clear direction for landlords and insurance companies when it made changes to the medical marijuana rules. Under the rules, Health Canada gives specific guidelines on how to safely set up a medical grow-up, but when it comes to checking if the safety rules are being followed, the federal department is leaving that up to the municipalities, and I think all of us who live in communities have had our municipalities express extreme frustration on this issue. And the problem, and I'll speak to the problem according to my local development and engineering services director in Kamloops, is that federal privacy rules apply, and which prevent local authorities from knowing where medical marijuana is being grown. So they don't get a list of addresses, so they can't actually do anything proactively in terms of going out and inspecting the premises. So this is certainly from our engineering services in Kamloops, and again, I know it's a significant issue. There is no system to proactively check if tenants are growing the allowed number of plants following their permit. And I want to note, when asked about this issue, the health minister said the federal government's role is to ensure people who need medical marijuana have access. And, you know, I want to pick up on that point. I don't disagree that people who need medical marijuana should have access, but I want to take an example. People need something like digoxin for their hearts, but they don't actually have to grow foxglove in their homes to have digoxin. If people need something that is medically necessary, surely to goodness we can find a better way than saying, I can't afford to buy it, so therefore I have to grow it in my home. Surely to goodness we've found ways around antibiotics, things like digoxin. We don't require people to sort of grow their own medication. So I think to say that we have to provide access, who cares about the landlords? The landlords who have put hundreds of thousands of dollars into those homes are having their homes destroyed because the federal government hasn't found a better way to provide medical access to marijuana that is needed. And honestly, surely we can do better than that. So I think it's important for people that might be listening, because there's a lot of talk right now about the new recreational regime. And that, of course, is certainly C-45, which is before the Standing Senate Committee on Social Affairs and Technology. That is a proposed regulatory framework for, cannabis for recreational purposes. And as I talk, you're going to see there's a huge difference between what is proposed for recreational use and the medical marijuana. With the medical marijuana, the task force that was tasked with going around and making recommendations to the government, they essentially suggested that as the government moved towards legalization of marijuana and regulation, that the distinct system of the medical marijuana regime be maintained for again, medical purposes. So we have two very distinct systems. One is recreational, which of course is C-45, moving through the Senate, but we have that issue of medical marijuana that has been around for many, many years. So currently, the medical regime will allow those with the support of their healthcare practitioner to, including those under the age of 18, to have access to cannabis for medical purposes by they can purchase from a federally licensed seller of cannabis for medical purposes. They can cultivate their own if they're over the age of 18, or they can designate someone to grow cannabis on their behalf, which is called designated production. I think there's one thing to note is there used to be limits in terms of how much can be stored. They did try and align the recreational and the medical regime, and so they now took away actually the limits in terms of what can be stored, which was in place before. You know, it was interesting when they put out the new regulations around recreational, they talked about 4 plants. And I think they talked about 4 plants because they knew that they would be heading into the difficult territory that we've gone down with the medical regime. So 4 plants, and it can be regulated under the provincial authorities have the ability to regulate. They might say, okay, in strata condominiums, like you can't have dogs or you can have dogs. There is the ability for provinces to create some regulations around the 4 plants. I believe some provinces are saying no to the home grow and others are saying yes. But the government recognized any more than 4 plants, we're heading into very difficult territory, but they have given no consideration to the issue, and it is only the federal government that can solve this issue with the medical marijuana. It is only the federal government. Provinces can't do it. No one else can do it. So I think it's important to note you can grow your own, and you can be designated to grow for someone else. These are with medical licenses. There is a maximum of 4 licenses that you can grow in one residence. So let's take an apartment building at maybe a 1,500 square foot suite or 1,500 square foot apartment building, and you can have up to 4 licenses to actually grow. So what's that going to mean in practical purposes? If you've been prescribed 3 grams per day, that means you could have 15 plants indoors, 6 plants outdoors, or a combination of indoors and outdoors. But let's take it to not all that uncommon and not all that extreme, is you have someone that has a prescription for 7 grams a day. And I can remember this government saying for our veterans, they moved it from 10 grams to 3. So again, 7 grams is a number that we could use. So you have the license to grow for 4 people, 7 grams a day. What is happening in that person's home? They could have 7 grams. They can have enormous numbers of plants indoors. It's up to 120 plants that are going to be grown indoors if someone has 4 licenses for 7 grams. An incredible amount. So what I'm going to do is tell you a story, and this is a true story. It was someone that came into my office, and it was part of the genesis of this bill. And he actually shared his stories in CBC in February 2017. Long-time landlord Daryl Spencer was left scrambling for insurance after discovering a tenant was growing dozens of medical marijuana plants inside and outside his rental house. When the landlord told his insurance company about the perfectly legal grow-op, his coverage was canceled, leaving him with no insurance and few rights and a big cleanup bill. Spencer says the downstairs tenant in the Kamloops, BC rental property got a medical marijuana license that allowed him to legally grow as many as 60 plants without the landlord's permission or knowledge. So he had a suite downstairs. This was his retirement savings plan, by the way. He had decided he didn't to put his money into a revenue property in terms of a rental property, and so this was 60 plants without his knowledge. A call from a concerned neighbor prompted Spencer, who is also, interestingly enough, he's a retired fire inspector, to check out the home he's rented out to different tenants for a decade. He discovered a mess of extension cords, fans, and bright lights packed into a room filled with dozens of marijuana plants. The upstairs tenant, a woman with a small child, was complaining about heat radiating through the walls and electrical breakers going off. Landlords have little recourse if a tenant is growing licensed medical marijuana. They don't actually even have the right to know it's happening. So it's the landlords who are being denied insurance. They don't have the right to know what's happening when a tenant is growing medical pot. He then goes on to say, I was worried about the fire hazard. That was my first thought, and that's his background. Because of the extension cords, the use of electricity, that something could catch fire, Spencer told Go Public. When he notified his insurance company about his tenant's grow-up, Gore Mutual Insurance canceled his coverage. They wouldn't cover claims to do with medical marijuana or air quality contamination, he said. It goes on, Gore Medical Insurance went on to say it does not provide coverage for marijuana grow operations, regardless of their legality, because this type of operation in a residential building presents inherent insurance risks. Those risks, the company says, include a greater likelihood of water damage, mold, fire, vandalism, and burglary. Under most basic home insurance policies, marijuana-related damages or anything that companies believe is high risk is not covered. And this is a view that is shared by many insurance companies, and that's according to the Insurance Bureau of Canada. So while regulations may allow for the legal growing of marijuana for medical purposes, it does not change the structural risks grow-ups pose to homes and condos. And that was from Andrew McGrath, who's a spokesman for the Insurance Bureau, and that was, again, to Go Public. The operation of a grow-up, legal or not, is a high-risk activity. So Gore Mutual went on to tell Spencer he might reinstate his coverage if he got rid of the tenant and took specific steps to ensure the house was safe to live in. So he actually had no ability to get rid of his tenant because because of the laws of the land. And so he actually had to tell his tenant he would pay him to leave. And so that was a significant cost for him. The insurance company also wanted air and soil testing, plumbing and electrical inspections, and the house check for mold. Spencer did it all while searching for another insurance company that would cover him right away. None would. So he went for quite a while with no insurance. And I remember again, he came in and he was chatting with me in my office, and he was devastated. He was absolutely beside himself in terms of, again, seeing his life savings potentially completely at risk. He did actually, as I noted, finally paid the tenant to leave. Then he did all the remediation that was required. But of course, he is out thousands and thousands of dollars. And for people that talk about concerns about housing, many people that might rent their home. So we talk about an availability and an affordability of housing in this country. Well, when we have potential landlords who are terrified that if they rent, they have no recourse, and they still don't in terms of this medical marijuana issue, I think they rightfully are saying, I am not going to rent, I'm going to take it off the market, I'm going to sell it. So this is an issue that has more than just ramifications in terms of individuals and their finances. It has significant ramifications for actually the availability of affording housing. So, Go Public covered the story. They eventually, once Spencer did all this work, managed to cover things off. So, I think, Madam Speaker, I don't think anyone is appreciating the cost to landlords growing medical marijuana. According to the Federation of Apartments Association, it can be absolutely prohibitive. So what I am asking here is, surely we can get support to get this to committee. I do appreciate that people who have a need for medical marijuana need access to an affordable access to it. But surely, at the same time, we can't be jeopardizing the hundreds and thousands of dollars of investments by people across this country who are being absolutely devastated by this particular structure of a regulation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And a big issue for myself in listening to the member is that she seems to be fairly strong in her convictions on the issue. But I think what's important for us to recognize, as we've been dealing with the legalization of cannabis in Canada, there has been a great deal of consultation. Whether it's formally through standing committees, through meetings with the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces and so forth, all of which has helped us shape what we believe is a policy that is quite acceptable to Canadians. It's a policy that actually makes sense. The question I have for my friend across the way is, has she shared her thoughts with any provincial jurisdictions? Like, are there some provincial jurisdictions that are on side with what it is that she's recommending? Because what you're really talking about is there's hundreds of thousands of tenants in all regions of the country. Obviously, we have tenants. And to what degree has she done any sort of consultation? Because many of them would say it's somewhat discriminatory.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, I'm absolutely stunned by that particular question. Municipalities across this country have been begging for changes. This is not a provincial issue to deal with. The provinces are very appropriately dealing with the recreational issue, and the government realized that they needed the ability to deal with the recreational issue. But at the same time, which is 4 plants, maximum 4 plants, and some provinces are saying 4 plants is too many, and others are saying that's reasonable. What we're talking about is potentially up to 120 plants, and the only group that can make this change is the federal government. And did he not think, in terms of landlords and availability of, housing? I mean, if he owned a home and he was seeing the hundreds of thousands that he put into his home, quite literally, frankly, possibly go up in smoke and not have insurance, how could he possibly sleep well at night knowing that he's imposing that on some of his constituents?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou for, I think, a well-intentioned legislative effort here. My question to her through you would be the issue of extension cords and safety that she addressed during her speech, and the possibility of insurance being canceled, which I think she also referenced in this specific illustration. Whether there wouldn't be a way to work with insurance companies to address that issue. I noticed that Sun Life Insurance recently announced that they're covering medical marijuana. The insurance company is insurance companies of that kind, health insurers, are changing their policies as a result of this legislative change. And I'm just wondering why insurance companies couldn't address that, and why routine inspections by landlord on safety grounds wouldn't provide a remedy.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I do think it's appropriate for insurance companies absolutely need to have some input, but I think what I articulated is because of the privacy rules, no one even has a right to know, much less to look towards inspecting. So what this bill is about, it's not about, insurance companies are going to have to adjust and adapt to the new reality. This is about landlords having the right to have some sort of semblance of control over what happens. I mean, they might own a farm and say, it's perfectly fine with me if you grow plants in my field. If it's your own home, it is perfectly reasonable to do what you want in your own home. But what we're talking about is landlords with absolutely no control as they look at hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage to their hard-earned investments.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the member, has she ever been in a home that has had this kind of thing inside of it? And if she has not, has she talked to anyone who has? Because one of the larger problems with this scale of what's being allowed is the humidity level of these houses is destroying the actual frame of the house. And I have personal knowledge and firsthand knowledge of houses that have been condemned after this happens, and the owner has no recourse.
Very brief answer from the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I've seen pictures. I have not been in a home, but in my own neighborhood, there was a house that was rented out, and we watched as it appeared to be mold growing up the outside walls of the house. And then one night there was a fire that, again, this was a landlord without insurance and who lost their home. And certainly, obviously, in retrospect, it was a grow-up that was happening inside.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. J'ai le plaisir aujourd'hui de prendre.
Today, it gives me great pleasure to rise and speak to Bill C-330, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, landlord consent. I'd like to thank the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou to give us an opportunity to debate this issue. As my honourable colleagues know, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act is federal legislation to control substances that can alter mental processes and be devastating for health.
Substances Act, it is illegal to conduct certain activities with controlled substances or precursors unless authorized by regulation or an exemption is granted. These regulations and exemptions allow for lawful activities with a medical, scientific, or industrial purpose. Bill C-330 proposes to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to provide a specific regulation-making authority concerning the creation of requirements for written consent from landlords to produce controlled substance in leased premises. It would also require the Minister of Health to report back to Parliament on an annual basis to explain why additional regulations have not been made, if that is the case. I would first clarify that the bill as written would have implications not only for individuals who are authorized to cultivate small amounts of cannabis for medical purposes, but also for other parties using leased space, including licensed producers of cannabis and licensed dealers of other controlled substances. Permettez-moi de rappeler.
Allow me to recall that existing regulation powers for controlled substances are rather broad. They allow the government to strictly regulate a vast array of activities and aspects that are linked to the production and sale of controlled substances.
The licensed dealer were to produce such substances in a commercially rented facility. The lease agreement would likely include details on the specific activities that are taking place in the facility, making the landlord aware that the controlled substances are being produced, and consent would be provided by way of approving the lease. The
Commercial production of cannabis for medical use is already regulated under the Regulation on Access to Cannabis for Medical Use, which was created under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
Regulations require that any regulation for a producer's license be accompanied by a declaration by the owner of the site consenting to its use for the proposed activities. If the applicant is not the owner of the site, à la lumière du débat d'aujourd'hui.
In light of the debate today on Bill C-330, I believe that it is important to take into consideration Bill C-485, the Cannabis Act, which is currently being considered in the Senate.
Receive royal assent. Oversight for cannabis would, for the most part, no longer fall under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, but rather under this new legislation, the Cannabis Act. A change in federal oversight would include comprehensive requirements for producers of cannabis and rules for individuals who choose to legally cultivate a small amount of cannabis in their homes for both medical and non-medical purposes.
If adopted, the Cannabis Act would in fact create a new legalization framework and would strictly regulate and restrict access to cannabis by controlling production, distribution, sale, and possession of cannabis. If it is given royal assent, Bill C-45 will allow adults to access cannabis whose quality has been controlled because of a strictly regulated and legal industry.
Provinces and territories would be responsible for the distribution and retail sale of cannabis, while the federal government would oversee the production of cannabis to ensure consistent product, safety, and quality standards across Canada. Subject to provincial limitations, the bill would also permit adults to grow up to 4 cannabis plants at home for personal use, provided they are obtained legally. Allowing adults to grow a limited amount of cannabis in their dwelling is consistent with the advice from the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation, and with the approach adopted by many jurisdictions in the United States that have legalized cannabis.
If the bill is given royal assent, commercial producers as well as adults who choose to grow small amounts of cannabis at home will have to comply with provincial, territorial, and municipal regulations. That would include complying with regulations on fire prevention and the building code, as well as any regulations that are required by owners or renters.
Areas and municipalities, based on their own authorities, have the flexibility to set additional requirements and restrictions beyond what is being proposed in the Cannabis Act to address matters of local concern and community priorities. In fact, a number of provinces have already decided to pursue such additional restrictions with respect to home cultivation.
For example, Alberta is proposing that home cultivation must be restricted to interior cultivation only. Nova Scotia is proposing to provide owners the ability to ban consumption and cultivation of cannabis in rental units, and New Brunswick is proposing locked areas around external cultivation.
Territorial governments, municipalities, as well as other stakeholders and partners to successfully implement our new legislative and regulatory framework to strictly regulate and restrict access to cannabis. Je le répète.
As I stated, I'm thankful to have the opportunity to debate this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak on Bill C-330, which is the initiative of my colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. As I understand the initiative, when she introduced it on December 14th, 2016, she moved that this be an amendment to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to deal not with recreational cannabis, but rather to the issue of medical marijuana grown at homes and the impact that it would have on landlords. And I think her remarks today illustrate that was the objective of the bill, that medical marijuana growing at home should be done so only, she claims, with the written consent of the landlord. I think that's what we're here to talk about, not, as I understand it, the issue of recreational cannabis, as seems to have been understood by others. So the initiative, I think, Madam Speaker, is very well-intentioned. I think the story that was recounted by my colleague from the At Issue CBC program, or whatever the CBC program at issue was, is a poignant one. And I, however, believe that this bill doesn't do the job. I have several reasons for that, but I certainly understand the issue, the challenge that she's put before us, which has to be addressed by insurance companies, that has to be we have to provide more authority for landlords to address their legitimate interests. And if there is indeed the ability to have 120 plants in an operation, if a person for 4 people has a license to grow 7 grams a day, as she indicated, well, it seems to me we should do some serious analysis of how that could be. Because I think the intention of the regulations, which I'll talk about in a minute, was not to allow that to occur, which with all of the attendant consequences that she, I think, eloquently described. So this bill will, in our view, create an unjustified barrier to patients' charter-protected rights to have reasonable access to medicinal cannabis. That is the law of the land, for better or for worse, since the federal court so decided in the Allard case. That is the law. There's already, secondly, a housing crisis in my part of the country. To the extent this would be even a tiny impediment, I think that's something we ought to look at as well. I concede it's not the main issue here, but if you live in a crisis, as I do in the city of Victoria, any restriction on tenants is something we need to address. I recognize this bill applies, by the way, to residential and commercial landlords as well. Thirdly, I do not believe, despite what my friend said, that this is a federal matter at all. Landlord-tenant legislation has been the province's jurisdiction since Confederation. If there are problems with the Federal Privacy Act, let's fix it. But amending the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to deal with landlord consent is, in my judgment, unconstitutional and would never be accepted by the Supreme Court of Canada. So whether this is motivated by fear-mongering over medicinal cannabis, I don't know. But it's been repeated by our courts on many occasions that patients have a charter right to reasonable access to medicinal cannabis. So an additional obstruction to that, restriction on that right, is something we should look at very, very carefully. I think that municipalities have the authority to deal with this. I certainly believe the rentalsman in our province, with, if necessary, attendant legislative reform when we bring in legislation to address cannabis in a more holistic way. That's where we need to deal with this. But to suggest that we would change essentially criminal law to do so, I think, is overkill and unnecessary, and as I say, likely inappropriate constitutionally anyway. Now, this bill would purport to amend the whole Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. I think despite its wide breadth, I think it's intended to respond to the access to cannabis for medical purposes regulations. Although I don't think you see that in the face of the bill, I think that's the objective. So, but of course, it applies beyond that as well. And that regulation, Madam Speaker, allows individual patients to produce a limited amount of cannabis for their own medical purposes or to designate someone to produce it for them. A designated person can only grow for a maximum of 2 individuals, including themselves. Now, the member, I think, made a very good point in describing how that can be abused and how we can have, in her judgment, up to 120 plants in a house. And anybody who's been in a grow-up, as I have, will know the impact that that can have on property values. Of that, there's no doubt, and I'm not here to deny for a moment the devastating impact that can have on property. The Constitution now allows, thanks to the Allard case in 2016, that there be this access, this reasonable access to cannabis for a patient. If that is abused, that can be addressed in other ways. And I think that's what the gravamen of the members' concerns really are, that the abuse is obvious. But to grow a couple of plants for use, I'm not entirely sure that that's going to cause the concerns that in the worst extreme example that she's given us would suggest. So a story from Global News in February of this year demonstrates the growing need for access to medical cannabis. We've heard a lot about this with veterans and others. And their claim is as follows, and I quote, "The most recent Health Canada figures show that at the end of 2016, almost 130,000 Canadians had signed up with the country's 38 licensed cannabis producers, a 32% jump from the more than 98,000 that were registered in September 26 and up from 7,900 in mid-2014. There's been an enormous increase in access to medical cannabis under the legislation that was brought in by the government, the medical cannabis regulations that were addressing a specific response to the Allard decision. The government had to do something, they did it, and that's what they did. Bill C-330 seems designed to create a new barrier to reasonable access for cannabis for medical purposes. In addition, Section 177 sub 7 of those regulations already requires owner consent if the proposed site of production is not the ordinary place of residence of the applicant or of the designated person. Anyone who would be cultivating more than the permissible amount or selling marijuana out of a residence would already be engaged in illegal activity, irrespective of whether written consent by the landlord is obtained. Now, I think the issue here, that the fear that this proposed bill is addressing, and I made clear in her remarks, of the honourable member's remarks, is the potential impact on property values and damages. I think that's an issue that should be addressed separately. With respect to provincial jurisdictions, Madam Speaker, it's up to the provinces to determine how they choose to regulate rental properties. I think the member has demonstrated that there is a need here to address this issue. But that doesn't mean that it should be an amendment to effectively a criminal code or the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to deal with this issue. It's an issue that needs to be changed. Every province in the land is now addressing the challenge of cannabis. This is about medical cannabis, I understand that, but that's no reason why we can't use this opportunity to amend our legislation. Municipalities are making changes, the provinces are. We can change the landlord-tenant law to address it. Just as a landlord has every right to say there'll be no smoking of any substance in a property, these kind of property damages issues, maybe we need to provide some kind of regulated access from time to time if safety is an issue. If there's any reasonable cause to suspect that there is those kind of electrical wires that she spoke of, or other obvious concerns, that should be addressed. The issue is where we address it. And I do not believe it should be addressed in essentially federal criminal law, as the member would do. Now, many jurisdictions in the United States have regulations about cannabis and landlord consent, although most are determined by state or municipal governments. For instance, the Michigan Medical Marijuana Act provides that an owner can prohibit the smoking or cultivation of marijuana in a written lease. That state is not one of the states, by the way, that has legal marijuana for recreational use. In Colorado, where it is the case, cannabis for use, medical and recreational, is permitted. One of the cities there, Gunnison, has a municipal code's marijuana business licensing regulation requiring landlord consent as part of the application to operate a marijuana establishment. So suitable regulations are available. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, this is the law of the land, whether we like it or not. Number two, it is using a sledgehammer to kill an ant. And number three, it is no doubt unconstitutional anyway. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's an honour to be able to rise today and support in support of this important piece of legislation and to thank my colleague from Kamloops Thompson Caribou for bringing it forward. Our party opposed the legalization of marijuana in Canada. Our opposition was based on concerns we heard from scientists, doctors, and law enforcement officials who said that the Liberal plan was being rushed through without proper planning or consideration for the negative ramifications of such complicated legislation. Most concerning to us was that the Liberal marijuana plan does nothing to keep marijuana out of the hands of children, eliminate organized crime, or address issues of impaired driving. And in the Prime Minister's haste, Canada will find itself in violation of 3 international treaties when his marijuana bill passes, compromising Canada's integrity on the world stage. Another voice that we heard from was that of the Canadian Federation of Apartment Associations. And they raised an important point, trying to address another practical implication that was ignored in the government's rush. Multi-unit dwellings are different from detached homes, and the Canadian Federation of Apartment Associations told us that it was critical that any new marijuana law look at this fact and take it into account. They did not. In a detached home, what an owner-occupant does largely affects only them. In multiple unit dwellings, an occupant's actions in one unit can very often have a significant impact on the occupants of the other units. Noise, illegality, overcrowding, these are just some of the issues that reasonable people have long recognized as matters that can't be ignored if all tenants in a multi-unit dwelling are to enjoy their homes and the landlords enjoy their investments. Marijuana is no different. Simply put, Madam Speaker, a landlord should have the freedom to contract in or contract out the terms relevant to the lease. A property owner should also have the freedom to set parameters around that lease and use of their private property, particularly with regard to uses that create risk and uncertainty. This bill requires that persons or classes of persons who intend to produce or sell any controlled substance or any class of controlled substances in leased premises obtain the written consent of the landlord and prescribing the manner and form in which that consent is to be obtained and the conditions under which it must be renewed. Our party opposed the legalization of marijuana in Canada, but our party strongly supports the rights of property owners vis-à-vis their private property. Our party supports Canadians who wish to protect their communities and the health and safety of their children from the risks associated with a proximity to the production and sale of drugs. Landlords should not have to suffer the adverse effects of leasing to an individual who wants to produce a controlled substance at home. The risks are simply too high, and their tenants should be able to enjoy their homes unencumbered. Growing marijuana in apartments, or any rented dwelling for that matter, raises serious concerns. These include safety hazards due to excessive electricity usage on wiring not designed for the proper power outlets and draws, as mentioned by the member. Increased humidity brings the risk of mold. Interference with other tenants is also of concern. The safety hazards I mentioned earlier put them at risk as well, and frankly, the smell can be very unpleasant. There is a risk to the building's integrity, which means a risk to the landlord's investment. Insurance companies currently tend to cancel insurance policies when they learn any marijuana has been grown. That leaves a landlord with no liability insurance, putting both the landlord and tenant at risk. It also leaves the mortgage holder with no coverage if the building is destroyed or damaged by fire, even if the fire is unrelated to the marijuana. no insurance, no mortgage renewal. It is not practical to permit limited home growing in multi-unit dwellings or rental units. Enforcement of the limits on growing would be extremely difficult, both for landlords and for the police, which the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs have actively spoken about in consultations and stated to the government. What could be enforced is a ban on all growing in dwellings other than single-family homes, or a ban on inside homegrown entirely. The Canadian Federation of Apartment Associations urged the government to prohibit all marijuana growing in multi-unit dwellings and in rental dwellings of any size. But the scientists, doctors, and law enforcement officials who said that the Liberal plan was being rushed through without proper planning or consideration for the negative ramifications of such complicated legislation, well, they were simply ignored. My colleague, the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, mentioned the impetus for this bill. A constituent of hers that saw their investment completely destroyed because his tenants grew medical marijuana without consent. She's heard from many others with similar voices. No doubt we all have. There is no recourse for landlords, and there are other tenants that find themselves in these situations. No protection, no considerations. I urge all MPs to support this legislation. Let's address this practical issue in a practical way and give tenants and landlords the peace of mind they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and address the House on the member opposite's bill. And you know what I like to indicate to the chamber is that we've had a fairly significant effort from the Prime Minister, working with the Liberal members of Parliament in particular, but also virtually Canadians from every region of our country, trying to deal with a campaign commitment that was actually made back in the 2015 election, a campaign commitment that we have taken very seriously. We have seen all sorts of consultations that have taken place since the last election. That would include things like the Standing Committee of the House going into our communities, listening to what the professionals and the stakeholders have to say on the issue of the legalization of cannabis. We've had provincial ministers, in particular the Minister of Health and the Minister of Public Services, who both have done an absolutely outstanding job in terms of just bringing and advancing this particular file. And when I say the Minister of Health, not only the current one, but the previous Minister of Health also, Madam Speaker. And suffice to say, the individuals that work for those ministers should also be congratulated in terms of just to the degree in which they've been so thorough in making sure that what we are presenting to the House of Commons, what we are ultimately presenting to other jurisdictions, whether it's provincial jurisdictions or municipal jurisdictions, is something in which would be supported by a vast majority of Canadians. And I am absolutely confident that this the direction that the government has taken on the legalization of cannabis is the right thing. When I first heard about the idea, wasn't until it was at a party convention a few years back when we were in third party, where the grassroots of our party indicated, and it was an overwhelming majority, that they wanted to see the legalization of cannabis. At the time, I was a little bit indecisive, felt that I would consult with my constituents, listen to what they have to say before I would take a position on it. Well, Madam Speaker, I have had all sorts of opportunity to get to understand the issue to the degree in which I am absolutely confident that what is being proposed is very solid. So when you think of the legislation that we have, and that's why when the member proposed the bill, I have a difficult time because the member appeared to not have, at least when I posed the question, like, who have you actually worked with? What sort of consultation was done? Does the member actually realize the impact of what it is that she is proposing? And I don't believe that as an individual member, that the necessary background work was actually done with respect to the bill that we're debating here today. You know, contrast that to what it is that the Government of Canada has done. And, you know, I applaud many of the comments that we hear from, whether it's the New Democratic members, the leader of the Green Party, other independents who have recognized the effort of this government in terms of proceeding in the fashion in which we have done. And, you know, when I listen to what the Conservatives' position is on the legalization of cannabis, I have drawn the conclusion that the only ones that would really support what it is that they're suggesting is gangs, people that have a vested interest in making sure that, and yes, I know that's, but this is in fact what it is that this bill is being talking about. Because what you're saying is that this piece of legislation, that a tenant would not be able to grow a plant. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, they say, well, you know, well, they could always ask. So if you imagine, we have hundreds of thousands, millions of tenants across the country. So what they're asking, what the Conservative Party is asking, is that each one of those tenants would actually have to go and get permission, right? Now, imagine if you will, Madam Speaker, you know, someone that's renting in a house in a suburban area. Those are rentals too. Maybe they're thinking of just, you know, the apartment blocks. You know, is there a form of discrimination? Like, to what degree did the member actually talk to some of the different stakeholders in regards to it? And I believe, at the end of the day, that it hasn't really been thought through, outside of the fact that they are still, and you listen to some of the comments, we know that the Conservative Party does not support what the government is doing on the legalization. Well, say what you will. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, it's legalization of cannabis, and they've gone through another mechanism in order to prevent certain things from taking place in thousands of homes where people would have the right to make that decision. Now, Madam Speaker, when I look at the Conservative policy, and this is just one aspect of their policy, it's almost like a compromise. Okay, we lost this one, but what about if we do this instead? And if we were to ask in terms of, well, where are the Conservatives coming from on it, their approach has been, we don't want to see it legalized, we just want it decriminalized. Well, if you decriminalize it, you would, you know, there's a great deal of that so-called criminal element that would love to see that, because it'll make it that much easier for them to sell it and make substantial profits. So it's still illegal, according to the Conservatives, but decriminalized. That means you have a 14-year-old young adult child going into a high school saying, hey, look, I've got a bag of cannabis here or marijuana, and I want to be able to sell that, Madam Speaker, and it's, even though it's illegal to do it, it's no longer criminalized. And so I would suggest to you that, you know, whether maybe the Hells Angels would be supportive of a policy of that nature. With respect to the bill itself that they're proposing here, what they're really talking about is saying to those millions of tenants that your neighbor might be able to grow a plant, but you cannot, unless, of course, you have the permission of the landlord. And I would think, Madam Speaker, that you would literally have many landlords that might want to take that sort of an option of saying no. And ultimately, I don't know whether or not how thorough the member across the way or the Conservative Party. It'd be interesting to see in terms of what other Conservative members actually have to say about the legislation. Are they all in sync, saying that we want this legislation? Well, I stood up because no one else was standing up to speak to it, so I suspect that the Conservatives want to see a vote. Oh, okay. I'm encouraged to hear that.
Remind members that there's no going back and forth. The speeches are to be addressed to the chair, and so are the questions and comments, if there was time for questions and comments on here, which there's not. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a minute and 20 seconds, if that.
I was going to say, I will keep my eyes on you as the Speaker then, Madam Speaker, so this way I'm not interfering on the other side, as I know they're a little bit edgy on this piece of legislation. I do believe, and I do appreciate the fact, all private members' bills are wonderful initiatives from an individual member to bring forward. Some bills will ultimately pass through to go to a committee stage. Others will not. In what I've heard from the presentation, I don't see an argument as to why it is that it should be going to committee. Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't have to go to committee, Madam Speaker. It'll be the chamber that ultimately decides that. But I didn't hear any argument that would justify it at this stage in the game. Individuals that attempt to address the legislation going forward, they might want to provide some sense in terms of to what degree there has been some consultation done. As I say, I realize the bar was set very high by this Prime Minister and the government in terms of the legalization of cannabis, in terms of just the amount of consultation that was done. But we wanted to get it right. I don't see that within the legislation that is being proposed currently, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader, I'm having a blank now. The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-74, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for this consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. And while I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the third reading stage of Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Resuming debate, prise de débat, and I just want to remind the next speaker that unfortunately there will only be a couple of minutes for this part of this speech. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you. And since I only have a couple of minutes, I'll maybe just cut to the main part of what I was going to discuss. And first of all, I will say a reminder that this bill is not, we're not debating C-45. We're debating something completely different. So it was disappointing that so much of the debate seemed to be confused about C-45. I spent many years in the mortgage industry, Madam Speaker, as some are aware, and with the presence of and the ability to grow substantial amounts of medical marijuana in a home without a landlord's consent, with the landlord's consent for that matter, produces some extremely difficult problems. The mortgage industry and the insurance industry have for years and years and years been extremely clear about the not wishing to either insure or mortgage a property in which marijuana has been grown, whether legally or not. The issue has been expressed by many others about the health hazards, the destruction of the property, the compromise of the structural integrity of the home, the presence of noxious fumes, mold. These are the types of issues, and if a person can legally, even if they can legally grow 120 plants, no mortgage lender will ever mortgage a property that has been known to have had marijuana in any quantity grown in it. So this is a serious issue about stigmatizing a property. And once a property is known to have been used for the cultivation of marijuana, it becomes literally unmarketable. Many, many years, Madam Speaker, I mean, this would come up time and time again where a lender would, an application for a loan would come in, it became known and disclosed that marijuana had been grown on the property, and no lender would touch it. To read the lending practice of, I don't know if time will allow that, but so maybe I won't, but I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that marijuana being grown in a home makes the home unmarketable. And this bill attempts to address that issue by giving a landlord at least some ability to control what goes on in their own property that will affect the marketability of the property, affect the insurability of their property, and certainly the mortgageability of the property. So I support this bill for that reason. It's a protection available that will give some level of protection for a landlord so that if they choose to rent a property to somebody who will grow marijuana legally under a medical marijuana prescription, that will be a contracted choice between the landlord and the tenant. At present, the landlord has is in a disadvantaged position where they risk their property through the growth of marijuana, which is perfectly legal from the point of view of having prescription for legal marijuana, or indeed, not that I want to bring C-45 into it, but if it is passed and given royal assent, even to grow 2 plants. We might all agree that 2 plants is not a health hazard, even if we do agree with that. Right now, the mortgage and insurance industries don't agree with that. In 20 plus years as a mortgage broker, I never saw a lender that would knowingly mortgage a property when it was known to have had marijuana grow in it. And that's something that the federal government will need to address. And this bill is a way to address it so that at least a landlord has the ability to insist that marijuana not be grown in a property and have at least some level of protection. Now, Madam Speaker, you only gave me 2 minutes. I trust I've exceeded that, and I'll conclude with that if that's your wish.
So the honourable member will have almost 6 minutes the next time that this matter comes before the House. So the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment-ci,
now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is my pleasure to rise tonight to talk about pipelines and their impacts on the national economy. I know, Madam Speaker, that 125,000 people in northern Alberta have lost their job due to this government's inaction on getting resource development and getting the products that they produce to market. Madam Speaker, in my riding, we have been devastatedly hit by the actions of this government. One of the major projects that has not gone forward because of the actions of this government was the Carmen Creek SAGD project. This is a project that was going to bring the oil out of the ground near Peace River, Alberta, and it was going to bring oil to the international markets. They canceled that project shortly after this government came into power due to the lack of pipeline access. They said, given the remarkable actions by this government, they did not see that a pipeline was going to be going forward anytime soon, and so they pulled out. It was a $10 billion project. $10 billion, Madam Speaker. They had already spent $2 billion developing the project, and they backed away from $2 billion. They left $2 billion laying up in northern Alberta and reinvested. That same week, they made an announcement that they were reinvesting in Kazakhstan. Madam Speaker, I ride the airplane a lot of times back and forth from here, and I sit in the back of the airplane and I talk to the oil field workers that are working. Where are they working nowadays? Paul Cox was the last guy I sat beside on the way home from here. He's working in Kazakhstan. Coincidence, you might say. I don't think it's a coincidence, Madam Speaker. A company named Shell. Shell was the proposal of the Carmen Creek project, and they backed out, and they are investing in Kazakhstan. This guy happens to be now working in Kazakhstan. He's from Alberta, Madam Speaker, flying halfway around the world to work in an industry that he knows and loves in Kazakhstan. That is what we are dealing with when it comes to the actions of this government. Madam Speaker, today, everyone knows the current situation with the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline. The Kinder Morgan has been saying they've stopped proceeding with this, and just today we heard about the fact that they pulled out all their people that have been working on permitting. They have pulled them out of BC. They've told them to go home. They don't see a way forward right now. They've already halted action on the ground there, and we are looking to this government to do something. But today as well, Madam Speaker, the member from Calgary-Shepherd moved at the Finance Committee to study the financial impact of this pipeline on Canada. This government continues to say, this pipeline will get built. This is a national building project. This pipeline will get built. What did they do at committee? They voted this motion down. They voted to study the impacts of this pipeline. I thought they said that this was such a great pipeline. Wouldn't they want to, if this is such a great pipeline and they're so happy, wouldn't they want to show the world how great this pipeline is? But no, they voted that down. Madam Speaker, this isn't the first energy project to be in jeopardy. We've seen the death of Energy East. We've seen Kinder Morgan come and go. Northern Gateway was approved. They say, we've approved the pipeline. We've heard them say that over and over and over again. And here we are, Northern Gateway dead. Petronas LNG, gone. Sold off to the highest bidder. Madam Speaker, this government has a terrible track record when it comes to standing up for our resource industry. It has a terrible record when it comes to any pipeline development in this country. My question is to the minister, what is going to be the net impact to the national GDP? We've seen things that have happened in Alberta before have impacted the national GDP. What is going to be the impact to the national GDP of their actions up until this point? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Peace River Weststock for his question this evening. Unfortunately, there's not enough time in this session to address all of the member's claims that he's raised, but I do want to tackle some of the issues that I feel are very critical, and those are those around job creation, what's happening in Alberta, and how we're standing up for Canadian jobs on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, last year alone, Canada added more than 420,000 jobs, most of them full-time jobs, and many of them in our resource sectors, including in Canada's oil patch, including those linked to our approval of the Line 3 pipeline. In fact, Alberta has posted some of the most significant job gains of any province in the country. According to Statistics Canada, Alberta added 55,000 new positions last year, and its economic output is again leading the country on a per capita basis. As one University of Calgary professor told the Canadian Press earlier this year, Alberta's economy is recovering faster than almost anyone ever could have expected. The result? Let me review. Canada's unemployment rate is hovering at a 40-year low, and we lead all G7 countries with 3% growth last year. Now, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't mean that there isn't still more work to be done, which is why we are getting the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline built. It is at the top of our list, as has been reconfirmed and reiterated time again by the Prime Minister. We've determined that the $7.4 billion project is in Canada's national interest because of the jobs it will create right across the country. Also because of the greater access it will provide to global markets for Canadian businesses, and because of the increased revenues it will generate for all levels of government within the country.
and because of the new economic opportunities that it will offer for the 43 Indigenous communities that have signed on to benefit agreements up and down the pipeline route. All of these benefits will come at the same time that we are making the single largest investment to protect Canada's oceans and coastal communities, strengthening the eyes and ears of the Canadian Coast Guard to ensure better communication with vessels, adding new radar sites in strategic locations, and putting more enforcement officers on the coast. It also means enhancing our response capabilities, protecting whales and other marine life, and building meaningful partnerships with Indigenous people. We know that economic prosperity and the environmental protection that we are so proud of can go hand in hand in this country. That's why the Prime Minister repeated this past Sunday that the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion is a vital strategic interest to Canada. That is why he instructed the Minister of Finance to initiate formal financial discussions with the pipeline proponent. And that's why we are pursuing legislative options to exert the Government of Canada's clear jurisdiction over this project to see it proceed. As the Prime Minister has said, this pipeline will be built, and I can assure the member it will be built. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
55,000 jobs, Madam Speaker. I said 125,000 jobs have been lost in Northern Alberta since this government has taken office, and she says, oh, don't worry, 55,000 jobs have come back. Their actions have led to the cancellation of countless energy resource projects. Madam Speaker, they said, oh, the Trans Mountain Pipeline is on the top of our list. It's the only thing left on their list, Madam Speaker. It's the only thing left on their list. What other project do they have? Energy East is gone. Northern Gateway is gone. Keystone XL is in jeopardy. Petronas LNG is gone. Shell's Carmen Creek project's gone. What other projects are on their list other than Trans Mountain, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but our government's objectives have been very clear in this country, and that is to develop the vital infrastructure that is critical to getting Canadian resources to global markets, something that the former government failed to do, Mr. Speaker. We also are restoring public confidence. We're advancing Indigenous reconciliation, something the former government did not do as well, and we're enhancing environmental protections. We really believe that all of these things are critical to a strong economy in Canada. We also believe the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion is a part of that, and that's why we have been supporting this project. The Minister of Finance has initiated formal financial discussions with Kinder Morgan, and as we also pursue our legislative options for asserting the Government of Canada's jurisdiction to see this pipeline built. We are determined to grow the economy in Canada. We are determined to find solutions to economic and environmental resource development. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, the Social Security Tribunal of Canada is a real failure. A KPMG report that was published after months of waiting was scathing. Every case sent to the tribunal, a tribunal which was set up by the Conservatives in 2013 in the goal of saving $25 million a year, actually ends up being more costly than it was under the former system of arbitration boards. It's also less effective. In reality, it costs closer to $2,400 now compared to $720 before. Now, the Conservatives had promised a more effective structure, but the tribunal is falling further and further behind in dealing with cases. The tribunal actually has delays that are 5 times longer than under the previous system. So I'd like to acknowledge the incredible work of the FTQ, of the Confederation of National Trade Unions, and of the Mouvement Autonome et Solidaire des Sans-Emploi, or MAS. Since the tribunal was set up, the waiting times for an EI appeal have only gotten longer. It was 109 days after 1 year, and today it's 219 days. Imagine having to wait that long for an appeal. Madam Speaker, the situation is becoming untenable. The time has come for the government to keep its promise and to reform the Social Security Tribunal as it had said it would. And speaking of promises, recently the cabinet of the minister responsible for social development admitted that the tribunal was ineffective. And I would like to quote from a document. It says, "We have seen delays increasing since 2013, and Canadians are waiting. 2, the tribunal's decisions have an impact on people's lives. 3, it is important to review this mechanism to make the tribunal more effective so that people can get decisions within a reasonable time frame." As for the Prime Minister, he said that creating new performance standards for federal government services by reforming the SST appeals process so that Canadians will have timely access to the services they need. But nearly 2.5 years later, we're still waiting for these promised changes. So I would like to know why this government is not taking further action on this file. In 2013, the Conservative government had failed to listen to the warnings of my colleagues, of unemployment groups, and of unions, and had plowed ahead with this reform without consulting. As the coordinator of the Mouvement Action Chômage de la Gaspésie said, many people are becoming discouraged, and they won't file an appeal because the wait is too long, whereas previously, appeals were conducted in person in our regions before arbitration boards. The representatives of the Mouvement Action Chômage de Saint-Hyacinthe have told me similar things. So I will make this question simple. Madam Speaker, when will the Liberals finally decide to take action and get rid of the Social Security Tribunal once and for all? I ask this question on behalf of all of the unemployed persons who are waiting and have been waiting nearly a year to have their appeal heard. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for raising this adjournment debate. As the Minister of Children, Social Development has said, the delays that Canadians are experiencing at the tribunal are unacceptable.
As the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development has stated several times in this House, the delays that Canadians are experiencing at the tribunal are unacceptable. Last year on March 7th, our government announced that the tribunal would undergo a comprehensive review process to improve its appeals process. This review was a response to the recommendations of the Standing Committee of Human Resources, Skill Development, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, and of the Employment Insurance Service Quality Review. We released that report publicly in January. Madam Speaker, the report was very clear in explaining the reasons why the tribunal is not functioning as it should. It also provides 7 recommendations on how the tribunal can better fulfill its mandate, each supported by a range of more specific options, from making changes within the current legislation and governance and appeal structure to proposing foundational changes to the tribunal. We intend to implement all recommendations of the report. In addition to assessing all options presented, we will also consider options that go beyond those recommendations. Our government will release an action plan that will focus on both short and long-term improvements with the aim of making the recourse and appeals process faster, simpler, and more client-centric. It will also provide new support to assist people with their appeals. As we're implementing changes to the tribunal, we will work closely with unions, employers, and other stakeholders. And on that note, we will ensure that the EI commissioners and stakeholders play a key role in shaping this renewed system. We've already asked them to give us their insight to potential improvements that go beyond the report's recommendation and options, and during the development and implementation of our action plan, we will need the expertise and views of these key partners to improve the system. We want to ensure that they have their say on renewing the appeals process. That's why we are working with commissioners to establish a group of partners that we can connect with regularly when we have issues and questions as we move forward. We want to build upon the relationship that exists between our government and the organizations that represent employers and workers and invest in fruitful discussions to arrive at the right system for Canadians. It's through working together that we'll achieve real success, which is creating an appeal system that will be more efficient, fair, more transparent, and more responsive to the needs of Canadians. Merci.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, I am sure that all those who are unemployed are looking forward to seeing what it means to go beyond recommendations. It is high time that the government acted and that it established a system that truly meets the needs of the public. So many unemployed have had to wait more than 1 year before their case is heard before the tribunal when there's an appeal. 1 year, Madam Speaker, that's absolutely unacceptable. And contrary to the Liberals, the New Democrats' position has not changed, and we are calling on the government to abolish the Social Security Tribunal and to return to arbitration boards. I think that's a formula that worked. It showed it worked. People were given fair hearings, and it's the only solution, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The system that was set up by the previous government has failed Canadians, and we don't contest the complaints as presented to us today. Our government has reviewed the recommendations that were part of the report of the Social Security Tribunal, and we're committed to improving the appeals process to make sure we deliver high-quality, client-centric services to all Canadians. Our past efforts, combined with further transformative actions, will result in a tribunal that will be more efficient, more fair, and, of course, transparent, and where partners will have a role in shaping its renewal through continued engagement as changes are explored and implemented. By working together, we can achieve real and lasting success with a system that will be more efficient, fair, and transparent for Canadians. Nous demeurons.
We remain committed to doing better and establishing a recourse system that meets the needs and expectations of Canadians. Thank you.
Naima Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday was Equality Day. This is the anniversary of 33 years of the coming into force of the equality provisions of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And by a great coincidence, or probably actually great planning on the part of some of our NGO partners, yesterday I had the great honor of being at a reception to honor 6 women who fought for equality for Indigenous women in Canadian law. Last night we honored Ms. Jeannette Corbière-Laval, Ms. Yvonne Bedard, Senator Sandra Lovelace-Nicholas, Dr. Sharon McIver, Dr. Lynn Gell, and Senator Lillian Dick. 6 women who were described in this way by the Ontario Native Women's Association, quote, "The famous 5s fought to gain recognition for the equal personhood of women in 1929. So too the famous 6 are fighting for recognition of the equal personhood of Indian women. But 88 years after the Privy Council ruled in favour of the famous 5, the famous 6 and the many thousands of Indian women and their descendants whom they represent still do not enjoy equality with their Indian male counterparts under the Indian Act. This is an embarrassment to Canada and a contravention of our human rights obligations." End quote. And so last night they were honored, including Yvonne Bedard on her 80th birthday. So good that we were able to say thank you to them for fighting so hard. For 40 years, these women fought in court to regain their Indian status and Indian status for their children, which the Indian Act said they would lose if they married a white man. Completely discriminatory, and of course it's not mirrored for men, Indigenous men who marry white women. Only the women were discriminated against. I was very moved to hear the speech in particular of Sharon McIver. She described that she now considers the 45,000 Indigenous kids who regained their First Nation status as a result of Sharon McIver's court case. She calls them her grandchildren, 45,000 grandchildren. But she says 300,000 are yet to be included because the Liberal government has continued to resist full human rights being restored to all Indigenous women in the Indian Act. And, Madam Speaker, you'll remember this vote in the House on June 21st. My colleague, the member from James Bay, Abitibi-Iascu, the EU, moved in tandem with the amendments that were proposed in the Senate to bring full gender equality for Indigenous women into the Indian Act. And to our great shame, the Liberal government voted those amendments down. They said there were unintended consequences. They voted to revert back to discrimination against Indigenous women. This is the 6(1)A all the way amendment, which these famous 6 Indigenous women warriors were asking the government to restore. And so through you, I ask my counterpart on the other side of the hall, why should Indigenous rights for women have to be the subject of consultation? Are they not full human rights?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to answer the question from the honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith. First of all, I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. Secondly, I would like to congratulate all of those women that were recognized last evening and many other women across Canada who have and continue to fight hard for gender-based equity in our country, including those within the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I also want to reiterate our government is absolutely committed to ensuring gender equity for all women in Canada. That includes ensuring sex-based equity for Indigenous women regarding the Indian Act registration. The government is pleased that Bill S3, which finally eliminates all sex-based discrimination from registration provisions in the Indian Act, has now received royal assent. This is a tremendous step forward in this country for reconciliation, for Indigenous women's rights, and for respect and equity in Canada. This includes circumstances prior to 1951, and in fact, the bill remedies sex-based inequities dating back to 1869. While the balance of Bill S3 was brought into force immediately after royal assent, the clause dealing with the 1951 cutoff will be brought into force after the conclusion of the co-design consultations. The government has made it clear that consultation and partnership are essential prerequisites for any major changes involving First Nations. We have set that out from the beginning. This approach is in keeping with its commitment to a renewed, respectful relationship, a partnership based on the recognition of rights, and to the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The effective removal of the 1951 cutoff will require extensive consultations with communities, affected individuals, and experts to ensure we get this right. The government is committed to ensuring that this measure is implemented in the right way, both in terms of First Nations communities and individuals who will become entitled to registration. As Senator Sinclair noted in his speech and in other places regarding Bill S3, he says that while he is somewhat reluctant and that I see us delaying the implementation of the Charter right, he could also see the need to do so because of that competing constitutional obligation to consult. And so he says he was prepared to support the legislation because it enshrines the right, and we would ask that the members of the House of Commons would do the same. Consultations will be focused on identifying additional measures and resources required to do this right, and working in partnership to develop a comprehensive implementation plan. This is a responsible and prudent way to proceed as a government, and we will ensure that the government implements these measures in a way that will eliminate or mitigate any unintended negative consequences for communities and for individuals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
How could there be unintended consequences of restoring full human rights to Indigenous women? 300,000 remain affected by the fact that the government did not restore full gender equality to the Indian Act. And with respect to the parliamentary secretary, the 6 women who are at the foundation of this case, of the court that forced the government to take this step, they are not happy with what the government has done, and the parliamentary secretary heard them, called out on that last night. So I ask for a 4th time, why would a so-called feminist government need to consult on whether Indigenous women have human rights?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are the first government in this country to recognize the very need to change the legislation that currently exists in Canada, which have been there for hundreds of years. We are restoring rights to Indigenous women on gender-based equality in this country, and that cannot be denied, as it is clear in the legislation. We are the first government in the history of this country to ever do so, and we have been committed to this process since the very beginning. We are determined to do this. We are determined to do it right, and already with royal assent of the Act of S3, much of that process has already begun as I speak today. We are committed to also changing the relationship that Canada has had with Indigenous people in this country. And in changing that relationship, we have agreed to consult, to do so in a respectful way, to work together as partners. I would ask that the member opposite could understand and accept that.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.